Me buy dear Ben, Missy, I walk. Me Oceania, Mifia Cropon, as you couldn't. Now, Mark to send your bone repro yet, jetting or continuing. Into what giant, Pangy, my back, Sam Mershania, Mitino. Me too, chrome hop pet, Ophia Edicanga, me do Humuno, Mete. Now, me come win, sir, or penning family, my dear, your ring, Nikente, Jack. Kwame oni madia yo ni kente dinga minyame boy pe na dwom no de ne ho abehye ma no
Hey
mobo. Nene fi pamfu nyina nyang bai. Betina me danga me da mu anu no retie me dwom no. Na mo a mo ni manager dwom ne de. E call won so ara ye. Ma mi je amabo no sang won bi. Na sa me nya me fra dwom na won nyina jeso. Nipanko ebebo aho ofi biara mu ankotwe anka dowa eyi na me hwe ikom na me se na nipa domi amane ebempo na sa me bo won a ebeso won ani eni edi me bo nre kentedwum yara ehwara na me de mahihye so na otia me na so na manfo no nyine jesu na efi ho ufa kronum benkum ana nifa epue ana ataya wo beti me by dear Ben, Missy Awo, me Oceania, Mifia Cropon, as you couldn't. Namat to send your boy repro ye jetting or continuing. Into what giant quangy, my ba, Sam Meshania, Metino. Me too, chrome hop pet, or fear edicanga, me do humono, mete. Namiko, who is said, or penning family, my dear, your ring me kente, Jack. Kwame oni madia yo ni kente dinga minyame boy pe na dwom no de ne ho abehye mano na mo a mo ni manejojom ne ne de e ko won so ara ye ma mi je amabo no san wo bi na sa minya mi frejom na won nyine je so Ofi biara mu ankɔtwe anka dowa. Eyi na mehwɛ ikom na misi. Na nipa dom yi amane ebempo na sɛ mebɔ wɔn a ɛbɛsɔ wɔn ani. Ɛne edi mebɔ nre kentedwum yara. Ɛhɔ ara na mede mahyehyɛ so. Na ɔtea me na som. Na amanfo no nyinaa gye so. Na efi hɔ wofa kuro no benkum anaa nifa apuei anaa atɔe a wobɛte.
back to the land the Ghanaians exploit to the full her resources. No nation just on empty stomach, so help to feed yourself.
We are all involved. We are all involved. We are all involved in building a fatherland. We are all involved. We are all involved. We are all involved in building a fatherland. Arise, you leaders of tomorrow. Let the great ambition divide you. One nation, one people, one destiny. One charter is our guide. We are all involved. We are all involved. We are all involved in building a fatherland. We are all involved. We are all involved. We are all involved in building a fatherland.
Esrom yele, bemiadi, miadi Yesu tututu. O mauda wala, diwu, di Yesu apeta ulo.
Lamadopi boboda nyikuma.
Diwu, di Yesu apeta ulo.
La habi subo bebiemba.
Diwu, di Yesu apeta ulo.
La sasadamati tatoma.
Diwu, di Yesu apeta ulo. O mauda wala, diwu, di Yesu apeta ulo. Esrom yele, mialoi, Yesu tututu. O mauda wala, loiwu, Yesu apeta ulo.
La fuwa mapoma viwokamba.
Loiwu, Yesu apeta ulo.
Mpadama woto poma vima.
Loiwu, Yesu apeta ulo.
La blodama woto poma vima.
Loiwu, Yesu apeta ulo. O mauda wala, loiwu, Yesu apeta ulo. Esrom yele, bemiati, Yesu tututu. O mauda wala, tiwu, Yesu apeta ulo.
La gbadodo dadi nono bebiemba.
Tiwu, Yesu apeta ulo.
La gbadade nono katama.
Tiwu, Yesu apeta ulo.
Nyatapadi nono sasiama.
Tiwu, Yesu apeta ulo. O mauda wala, tiwu, Yesu apeta ulo.
Why leave your home and go? The
Ghana ya de shemang, Ghana yo man fefe, Ghana ya sum jemang, ya wo bibia wo meimo. Ewo sika wo meimo. Ewo koko wo meimo. Bibia renya yeno. Eyama weni yo. Wani ni South Africana. Gano, Gano. Oseye Gano, Gano. Oseye Gano. Ghana ya de shemam, Ghana yo man fefe, Ghana ya sum jimam, there won't be biara wo meimo, there was sika wo meimo, there was coco wo meimo, di biara ya yeno, ayama weni yo, wani South Africana. Ghana ya de shema. Gano, Gano. Oseye Gano, Gano. Oseye Gano.
When it's over, Musha, when you bed, Moroso. Ni pani bien kumbe biara, wo mbe wupo. Den awti hoye kumkum, wa maye na nije atum sorry je weni bi. Enije da, eneye erusida, obeyin anabofra, ochrefu anasheni, yengina jerusi. Ochi ana adowa, yengina yerusi. Eneye enijeda, eneye erusida, opening anabofra, ochrefu anasheni, yengina yerusi. Ochi ana adowa, yengina yerusi. Ejumabo ejumaso, maniba bre ara, enijebo enijeso, Dimpa fofro aba, mani barire finibre, di eni wa fofore renya elane nimno. Eneye eni jeda, eneye erusida, opening anabofra, ochrefu anasheni, yenyina dierusi. Ochi ana adowa, yenyina dierusi. Eneye enijeda, eneye erusida, opening anabofra, ochrefu anasheni, yenyina dierusi. Ochi ana adowa, yenyina dierusi. Ejumama enijesu, ma eye de bebre, enijema ejumahu, ye akono yiye. Wuchi muda kwa chinabie, yendi ye benebie nubum sana ye nyasinin. Eneye enijeda, eneye erusida, opening anabofra, ochrefu anasheni, yenyina dierusi. Ochi ana adowa, yenyina dierusi. Eneye enijeda, eneye erusida, opening anabofra, ochrefu anasheni, yenyina dierusi. Ochi ana adowa, yenyina dierusi. Nyamye, Firam bon yami, enyeyen yami, firam bon yami, enyeyen. Udin kasina no nyam no wano.
Firam bon
Yami, yejiruwara. Yami, yeshonkwara. Yami, upenyara. Nyana yetina nyana yewo, mungu ara nefiu. Yedi amubrasi kasida uswasio. Yerida uswasio. Nyami, yena sida. Enyeyen nyami, firam bon yami, enyeyen nyami, firam bon yami, enyeyen. Udin kasina no nyam no wano.
Firam bon
Yami, yejiruwara. Yami, yeshonkwara. Yami, upenyara. Onyedi anamunyo, wonkuhara nefiu. Yedi amubrasi kasida uswasio. Yerida uswasio. Nyami, jiyena sida. Enyeyen nyami, firam bon yami, enyeyen nyami, firam bon yami, enyeyen. Udin kasina no nyam no wano.
Firam bon
Nyami, yejiruwara. Nyami, yeshonkwara. Nyami, upenyara. Amaniu ananijo, mungu hara nefiu. Yedi amubrasi kasida uswasio. Yerida uswasio. Nyami, yena sida.
Onyamini sahini na yerbe kosei yeriswa treno.
Yeriswa trenyamyo. Onyamini sahini tumi wonu.
Tumi awadi kokum.
Efinyami.
Tumi awadi dinim.
Efinyami.
Tumi ya ejinane.
Efinyami.
Tumi ya ejinada.
Efinyami.
Onyami tumi yim na mumie nyina.
Yebejamo ai.
Onyami tumi yim na mumie nyina.
Yebejamo ai.
Onyami tumi yim na mumie nyina.
Yebejamo ai. Onyami wada oroma kunim ni ebedi. nyame wodi ninkunim
Onyame ni nyansa hene na yerbe kosei yerisu atre no
Yesu atre nyamyo Onyame ni sahinia nyansa wonu
Nyansa wodi koku
efinyame
Nyansa wodi dinim
efinyame
Nyansa ejinande
efinyame
Nyansa ejinada
efinyame
Onyame nyansa yim na mumie nyina
Yebe jinamo ai
Onyame nyansa yim na mumie nyina
Yebe jinamo ai
Onyame nyansa yim na mumie nyina
Yebe jinamo ai Onyame wada woroma kunim ni ebedi Nyame wodi ninkunim
Onyame na huti uhini na yerbe kosei yerisu atre no
Yesu atre nyamyo Onyame ni sahinia ahuti wonu
Ahutiwa wodi koku
efinyame
Ahutiwa wodi dinim
efinyame
Ahutiwa ejinande
efinyame
Ahutiwa ejinada
efinyame
Onyame ahuti uyim na mumie nyina
Yebe jinamo ai
Onyame ahuti uyim na mumie nyina
Yebe jinamo ai
Onyame ahuti uyim na mumie nyina
Yebe jinamo ai Onyame wada woroma kunim ni ebedi Nyame wodi ninkunim
Sampaetia. Obayan Safusu Bunubia one kana sam. They mafu to some kakrewa supreme. Yo, coffee, oh my, a woman. How many a mamma? Yenny baby, I call. Watch out, Jayawaren. One some, one nipa. As I dip of you. Yamo Yambera, Abeya, oh my, a woman, oh my, a mamma. Adiwayamora, Yamichata, Yamanarena. One so, one nipa. So I wanna be Yamo Yambera, Abeya, one so, one nipa. As I dip of you, Yamo Yambera, Abeya, oh my baby, if you are oh my baby, I sit baby, if you are oh my baby, if you are Yamo Yambera, Abeya, oh brand you are oh my baby, if you are Emina, Yamo Yambera, Abeya, if you are say oh my baby, if you are oh Brian was Abeya, if you are oh my baby, if you are Yamo Yambera, Abeya, Yamoni, oh my baby, if you are Yamo Yambera, Abeya, oh my baby, if you are Yamo Yambera, Abeya, if you are Sikanya Brudo Wafa, Zimpawa, yes, now winya, Yamishira, Mamani Paya, the Fua, and Yanum, Yafanya Misroya, Jumana, Yami Besrayan, O'Brien, Boya, Amoyamura, Abeya, if you are Mama Baya, if you are Yanoma Pofo, I sit Baya, if you are Mama Baya, if you are Adije, Yamo Yambera, Abeya, Yamfa Yebankawa, Mama Baya, if you are Yanaro, Yamo Yambera, Abeya, if you are Besse Abrabeya, if you are Amijuma, Asite Baya, if you are oh my baby, if you are Yamo Yambera, Abeya, oh my baby, if you are Yamo Yambera, Abeya, Saheba Okarana Washawa, oh my baby, if you are oh my baby, Yamo Yambera, Abeya, one such a man, don't get that one, oh my baby, if you are Yamo Yambera, Abeya, I just oh my baby, if you are Yamo Yambera, Abeya, if you are Asampaetia Obanyansa fuso wo bunubia wanka na asam Tema futu sam kakre wa asopeme Yo kofi amai ya woman amani ya mama Yenyi baby akọ wacha ta ya wareni Wonsom wanyinyi pa asade pa wo fio ya moya mbera ebe ya ifuyana Ama ya umano ama ya Yamo yembera ebe ya efiri enara.
of tomorrow. Let no vain ambition divide you. One nation, one people, one destiny, one charter is our guide. We are all involved. We are all involved. We are all involved in building a fatherland.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable members' prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic, endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, with your indulgence, we will skip item 2. We also don't have any message from the presidency, and no formal communication from the speaker has come to us. So please, let's turn to item 5. Item 5, correction of votes and proceedings and that of the official report. We will begin with votes and proceedings, and we'll start from page 1. Page 2. Page 3. page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Yes, member.
Right, Honourable Speaker. I was actually present yesterday, but I've been captured as one of the members who were absent. And so if that can be corrected. Item number 4, that's page 7. 4-8. Abdul
Yes.
Fattah Hassan Yendi.
Okay, table. Incidentally, I've also been marked absent. Look at page item 9.
Mine is 8. Yeah.
Yes, 9.
Okay.
I have also been marked absent. So kindly take note of it. So we turn to page 8. Page 9. Page number 10. Yes, Honorable Member for Afajato.
Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity. And with your leave, may I invite you to page 10, item 9, Roman number 1, line 4. The word minister, the letter I is omitted. Deputy minister, the word minister. So if you could kindly take note, please.
Yes. Table, kindly take note of it. Yes. My leader, minority chief whip.
Speaker, on same page 10, item VI. I recall the Honourable Member for Akim Swedro came under order 93-1. And the Speaker gave directives. Firstly, the Speaker lamented the issuance of a statement by the Ministry of Roads and Highways on same subject matter and urged, coincidentally the Minister was here and he's here this morning too, and urged the Ministry to correct that and also advised or directed the Ministry to do the needful. Speaker, I don't find the directive of the Speaker here. I think it was an important directive of the Speaker himself, which will reflect in the records. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I know the official report will capture verbatim, yes. The Hansard will capture all. But this is a summary of the high point. And since there was a member coming under Order 93, a statement, and the directive of the Speaker, I consider it as an important matter, which will find expression in even the summary, that is the vote. The directive of the Speaker should find expression here.
Well, I think the Minister himself is here, but conferring from my advisors, I'm told it wasn't an express directive. It was more or less an advice that the Minister should address some of these things, but it's not an express directive that the Minister, that is the advice my clerk is giving me. So the express advice, the advice will actually will be captured by the official report. And I believe, Minority Whip, I believe it's part of the reason why the minister is here. I think he will address it.
I am not litigating on this matter. Everybody knows in this house I'm a man of peace. I'm only Speaker, I'm only drawing the attention of the House that even if it was an advice, Speaker, I won't push this further. Even if it was an advice, the Speaker's advice should find expression in the votes and proceedings. That is a word from the Speaker. The Speaker's advice should find expression in the vote. If it is the case that the House wants it to be discounted, that's fine. But the Speaker's advice, the Speaker's advice.
Yeah, let me hear your colleague, Minority Whip.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, the Chief Whip is right for raising the issue. But if you read the last line, let me quote Mr. Speaker. He called on the ministry to reconsider the decision in order not to undermine the authority of Parliament. So it's in the form of an advice. Mr. Speaker is not directing the ministry to do A, B, C, D, but he brought it to his attention that to reconsider the area decision taken by the ministry. So at least the issue has been mentioned here, and the verbatim of what Mr. Speaker said will be captured in the official report for the Hansard. So I think everything is captured here. I don't think we should belabor this point.
Hey. Speaker.
Almost Deputy Minister.
Speaker.
My friend from Sisara, please, don't begin anything that will degenerate the House into. Yes.
Speaker, what my colleague said, you see, that concluding statement is not in reference to the Speaker. It is in reference to the member who moved the motion. So I'm not litigating, but I'm just saying that what is the practice? The Speaker's counsel will be ignored by the votes. You are saying that it wasn't an expressive directive, but it was the Speaker's counsel. I think it should find expression.
Very well. So, table, just take note of it. Yes, Honorable Minister for Roads and Highways.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. As of how members of this House and the public view my good friend, the Minority Chief Whip, whether a man of peace or a man of other things, I'll leave that one to the public. But Mr. Speaker, yesterday, when my good friend, the member who raised the issue, got up, and Mr. Speaker gave him the opportunity to explain the thing, the first thing I did was to commend him and say that, yes, the point he's raised was legitimate. However, Mr. Speaker, there was a reason for the suspension at this stage, because he just brought it saying that he was bringing something to the attention of the House. I left it there. It was the Minority Chief Whip who thought there was more meat on this and started adding all other angles. Mr. Speaker, what he did yesterday was actually misleading. In fact, you misled Mr. Speaker. And when I tried to say that what we are doing at the ministry is to resolve an internal issue within the law, you disagreed.
Honorable Minister, I wish we can revisit this issue after going through the votes and proceedings. So let's finish the votes and proceedings.
Okay.
I'll give you the time.
Speaker, I wouldn't even come back. I just to conclude that what the ministry did was actually in compliance with a directive from the Labour Commission when the staff of the ministry took the matter for arbitration. So the ministry is not in breach of any law. Rather, we are complying with a directive which says, henceforth, cease with the implementation for now and resolve the issue. So there's nothing more for me to report to the House until we actually complete the process of arbitration with the agency. So I will urge him, stop bringing this matter up. There's nothing in it for you to gain. There's nothing in it for you to gain. I have the ruling of the Labour Commission here, but I decided not to make an official
But Honourable
statement
Minister,
about it.
is this House that passed the law? And sitting here, I could recount the contribution you yourself made to that particular bill. So if the bill has been passed into law and a private entity just went to court with a view that probably the implementation is coming across, so I don't think the House will be obliged just to take directives from a private entity. Oh yes, it's an entity so far as the House is concerned. So I think let's resolve this issue without. I would have wished we don't bring in this matter. Yesterday, the Speaker said, let's look at it. I mean, let's consider in that way than to say that it's based on the Labour Commission directives. I don't think it will sit well with the House that the Labour Commission is actually directing us that don't implement that particular idea.
Just for clarification, when a portion of a law which borders on employment of Ghanaian workers raises concerns, and this group of workers did the right thing by going to Labour Commission, not a private entity, and this House created Labour Commission and gave them a mandate to resolve issues like this, and Labour Commission says your case is right, rather than ruling, I'm directing the ministry to go with you to resolve the issue. How can that be interpreted as Labour Commission trying to usurp the powers of this House? Mr. Speaker, I beg to differ. I think Labour Commission is within their right to try as a way of resolving the issue peacefully, direct that the ministry sit down with the aggrieved parties to resolve the issue. Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that is exactly what we are going to do and report back to the House.
Well. I'll come back.
Mr. Speaker, I think that we must understand the architecture of governance. If this House passes a bill which becomes an act of parliament, very often we will have transitional provisions. So first we have to look at the transitional provisions and find out what does the transitional provisions say. Because we are seeking to merge institutions, create an authority. So I expect that in the transitional provisions we would have provided a roadmap towards the implementation of the legislation. Secondly, if an institution of state has issues with the implementation of the Act and takes some measure, it is not for this House to resolve that conflict. This House is not in a position to resolve conflicts. A member of Parliament can ask a question, and the minister can come and answer the question. You can make a statement, and the minister will comment on the statement, this House will comment on the statement. Once it is a law, then it is left to individuals to go to court to seek mandatory orders for the implementation of the provisions of the law. So we cannot turn this institution or this Parliament into an institution that seeks to enforce the law by itself. We cannot do that. So if you ask a question, the minister will come and answer the question. If you individually feel there's an issue, you go to court and you try and enforce the provisions of the law because it is now a law. If the transitional provision provide a roadmap, we can question the minister as to whether or not the roadmap is being properly followed. I think that is how it should be. We shouldn't turn it into a banter in this chamber.
Well, yes.
Speaker, I'm just a bit surprised my colleague, my friend's statement on whether there is something in there to exploit. It's far from that. It's far from that. Yesterday, he himself was here when the Speaker cancelled him. I have no interest in this subject matter. Kwame, I have the greatest respect to you. I have no interest in it. What is there that I'm going to gain from? Nothing. We just thought that your statement was unfortunate, and the Speaker has cancelled. We are correcting votes. I am not raising statement. I am not coming under Order 93.1. No, it's votes. And I'm saying that to the extent that the council came from the chair, the Speaker, it should find expression in the vote. If I say this, where have I gone wrong? For you to say that there is nothing in there for me to exploit, what am I exploiting? I think that was an unfortunate statement coming from you. I won't do that to you. I would never do anything to you. And you are getting a bit personal about this matter. Kwame, it's not about you. It's about the separation of powers. We cannot pass a law and you will decide when to implement it or not to implement. And the Speaker has said that if you have difficulty, come back to the House. It's as simple as that.
Well.
Yes.
Well.
Well, you are being too sensitive to this matter. I will never harm you.
Well. Honorable members, let's turn to page 11. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sorry to take us back. Page 7. I remember yesterday, 4:15, yesterday, Honorable Dalkon, Honorable Kobe Ochre Dalkon, but respectfully was in the House. He's marked absent. No, yesterday he was here.
Is he your friend?
Oh, yes. But Lord, we are neighbors. We are neighbors. He's from Takrade, I'm from Kwesiminti. We are neighbors, so I should know.
Okay, table, that is right. Yesterday he was here, so kindly take note of it. Yes, Honourable Member for Kwadaso.
Honourable Speaker, on page 11, number 3, Ernest Broja Jemfi. He's a very good friend. His Jemfi is GENFI. Ernest Broja Jemfi, not Jemfi. GENFI. Then if you come to Roman numeral II, the Right Honourable Speaker read a communication from His Excellency, the President, dated Sunday, 10 February 2025. If you go to the preceding page, under item 9, communication from the President, Sunday is captured as 9 February. So, and I think that Sunday was 9. So the table office should take note of page 11, Roman numeral II, it should be Sunday, 9 February.
Not 10.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member for Kwadaso. Yes, Afajetu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, yet again. Still page 11. I'm a bit surprised Prof hasn't seen this anyway. Number 2, the list of deputy ministerial or deputy ministers designate. The name of Honorable Ebenezer Telabi. The Ebenezer has been wrongly spelled. Please take note. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Table, can they take note of it? Let's turn to page 12. Yes, member for Offensive North.
Honorable Speaker, thank you. Page 12, item number 10, the time of adjournment. And at 20 minutes after 12 noon, I believe we started after 12 noon, so we couldn't have adjourned yesterday's proceedings at 12 noon, so if it can be corrected. It was after 5 p.m.
Can you come again? I think...
At page 12, item number 10. And at 20 minutes after 12 noon, the House was adjourned till Wednesday, 12 February 2025 at midday. So it's not 12 noon. It should be after 5. 6, yeah, thank you.
Okay. I think the table have already taken note of that.
Speaker is right.
Yeah.
is right.
Thank you very much. Yes. Is it the same issue? It's the same issue. Very well. Yes, Honorable Member for Kwadaso.
Honorable Speaker, on same page 12, the second paragraph, fourth line, governments of the African Union from 16th to 17th February. But if you go to page 9, the statement that was made by Honorable Zubeira, the same duration for the 38th ordinary session of African heads of state and government is captured 15th to 16th of February. Now you come to page 12, the 16th to 17th. If you go to the official website of the AU, it's supposed to be 15th to 16th. So I suggest that we amend the 16th to 17th as captured on page number 12. Thank you.
So, Honorable Member, are you talking about the President?
If you permit me, the communication further indicated that His Excellency the President will also participate in the 38th ordinary session of the Assembly of Heads of State and Government of the African Union from 16th to 17th. But I'm saying that the duration is 15th to 16th. So I'm surprised that he is going to be there till 17th, the same program.
Yes, Honorable Member, I am told that the President is actually going there on the 16th. Probably the session will actually start on the 15th, but the President will be there on the 16th and return on the 17th. So we are capturing what the President message.
Yeah, then we need to get the right rendition. If he's going there on the 16th, and coming back on the 17th, it must be clearly stated. But I'm saying that if you go to the website, if you go to the website of AU for this particular program, it is 15th to 16th. So if he's staying a day beyond, we need to be clear on that. Thank you.
Honorable, what I'm saying, fine. The website might capture 16th to 17th. But the President, his own wisdom, is going there on the 16th. So we can't begrudge him. Probably the 15th is the welcoming session, those kind of things. So he might not take part. So actually, probably will take part from the actual business. Yes. Is it the same issue? Very well. So, Honorable Member, let's take the last page. 14. Page 14. Yes. Honorable Kwadaso, a member for Kwadaso.
Page 13, rather.
Is it 13?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Item 1, opening. The committee met on Friday, 7 February 2025 at 10:25 a.m. And if you go to page 14, the meeting closed at 11:09 p.m. This is strange. So we need to check the time of the meeting, when it started and when it ended. I'm suspecting that the meeting ended at 11:09 a.m., not p.m. Otherwise, they spend the whole 12 hours there. Thank you.
Honorable Member, I'm told it's correct because of the scaffolds that took place on that very day. So from the table, they captured it right.
Mr. Speaker, please indulge me. This was a meeting to consider modalities for considering the nominees of the President for minister and deputy ministers. So how can it be How can it go beyond that? This is completely impossible. Please, the committee met on Friday, 7 February 2025 at 10:25 a.m. and held discussion on modalities for the consideration of His Excellency the President nominees for ministerial and deputy ministerial appointment. And there was conflict there.
Honorable member, I'm advised by the table that it is correct. So let's take it like that.
I'm gathered. Thank you.
Very well. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of 11 February 2025 is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. Honorable members, we have 3 official reports to consider, and please check on your so you can take the official reports from So, honorable members, I'm told the first one, which is 21st January 2025, is loaded in the system. So, we take the first one, which is Tuesday, 21st January 2025. It's loaded in the system. So, honorable members, in the absence of any corrections, the official report of 21st January 2025 is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. Please, let's take the Tuesday, 28 January 2025 report. That one is also loaded in the system. Tuesday, 28 January 2025 official report is loaded in the system. Very well. So in the absence of any corrections, the official report of Tuesday, 28 January 2025 is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. The last one is 29th January 2025. 29th January, that is Wednesday, 29th January 2025, official report. That one is also loaded in the system. Takwa, do you want to? Okay. Very well. In the absence of any corrections, the official report of Wednesday, the 29th January 2025 is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. Yes, Deputy Minority Chief Whip, give me a second. Honorable members, we have in our midst at the Speaker's Gallery our colleagues, a research staff from the Parliament of Uganda. They are here to undertake studies in our parliament here. They were here from Monday and they will leave on Friday. So they are here to also witness how our proceedings are undertaken. So without much ado, I will mention their names, and they are being led by Mr. Kasim Iwanika. Mr. Kasim Iwanika is a research officer. Please, are you cheering them up? Yes. The second person is Mr. Julius Mulungoti. He's also a research officer. Yes. And the last person is Ms. Nora Namayanja. Did I pronounce it well? Yes. Very well. So the fourth person is Mr. Innocent Nyamuyunga. Is that right? The fifth person is Mr. Julius Odon. And the last person is Mr. Daniel Imasit. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome. I understand you are already feeling Ghanaian hospitality. Feel at home and take the good name of Ghana back to Uganda. We've been there a couple of years back. We were there to also study how Uganda Parliament is. So you are welcome once again. Okay. Yes, now let me come to you, Deputy Minority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise under Order 93-1, fortified by Order 67, with your leave, Mr. Speaker, to bring a matter of urgent public importance. Mr. Speaker, Ghana, we have been noted for the democracy that we have been enjoying. And, Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the former minister responsible for finance, Mr. Kenoforiata's house was raided, and he, by a national security operative, allegedly. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Kenoforiata had officially written to the chief of staff that he will not be in the country, and he was given that permission, and then he left. It is not acceptable. 2 weeks ago, the former defense minister, Nitiwil, was stopped, and then his car was chased to Parliament to be seized. Mr. Speaker, this is not the democracy that we are all enjoying, and for former ministers' houses to be raided, I think the national security minister needs to come around to be able to explain. And government must stop the raiding of the houses of the former appointees. Mr. Speaker, this your noise will not stop me from making my point. It will not stop me, Mr. Speaker. It is completely unnecessary. It's completely unnecessary, and national security must brief this house, and government must brief us as to why they are aware that Mr. Kenoforiata is not in the country. We have officially written to them, and they still raid his house. It is not acceptable, and this is the clear behavior of our colleagues, that they don't want to listen, they don't want to protect our democracy. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm bringing this to your notice and the notice of the House. That what is going on is completely unnecessary. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Leader, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, you have to give an order directing that everything that he has said should be expunged from the records of the House. First and foremost, because, Mr. Speaker, the standing order under which he comes says, and I read, by the indulgence of the House and leave of the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, who has indulged him to say all the things that he has said? Mr. Speaker, You haven't even granted leave. When did the Speaker grant leave? When did the Speaker didn't grant? We're all sitting here. The Speaker has not granted leave. The House has not indulged you. Then you go on such a mission. Mr. Speaker, let's respect the rules of this House. We are not in a jungle. This is a parliament. This is a parliament. Mr. Speaker, there is a limit. There is a limit to what we should tolerate in this House. We must be decent when it comes to our rules. The rules allow you to make such a statement, but the rules gives you conditions. It says the indulgence of the House or the leave of the Speaker. You haven't sought the indulgence of the House, you haven't obtained the leave of the Speaker, and then you just go on a mission of saying what you want to say. And you are a senior member of the House. So, Mr. Speaker, I insist that everything that he has said should be expunged from the records. And until he has obtained your leave and the indulgence of the House, I don't think that it should stand as part of the records of this House. The matter that he wants to discuss, I have no personal issue whatsoever. I am a human rights activist. If any human being's rights have been violated in this country, I'll be one of the first to stand up for that person. But there are rules. Let's respect the rules. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have to expunge the statement from the records.
Yes, let me hear you.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minority Leader, let me listen to you.
We must be tolerant to hear ourselves. Mr. Speaker, the Majority Leader was heard in silence, and he's raised an important issue. And that important issue he has raised, it is important that we all comment on so that the chair can be guided. Mr. Speaker, to enable you grant leave, you must know the matter to be raised. To enable you grant leave, you must know the matter in issue. What the member has just done, honorable respected colleague Kwame Agboja, you know you and I come a long way. So, we come a long way. Just, Mr. Speaker, I am happy to learn from the Majority Leader. And the jurisprudence of this House would always guide me. And I will not allow my ego to stand in my way when I have to even say sorry. This is a learning chamber. Mr. Speaker, it is my contention that the prayer of the respected Majority Leader is not well grounded in law and even in our procedure. The applicant need your leave, and rightly so. But to seek your leave, he must lay a foundation. You, as the chair, must know the grounds upon which he mounts his application. What he simply said was that a respected member of the political class of this country, of which you and I are members of that class, had his house raided by agents of the state. And, Mr. Speaker, all he is seeking to do is to draw your attention that... Leader, let me finish. Leader, I listen to you quite.
Just tolerate me. I'll come back to you. Leader.
I'm still on. He have not been called. Leader, you've not been called.
I mean,
leader, you've not been called.
You are a leader. He's also a leader. Let him finish. I'll give you the opportunity.
Leader, you've not been called. Let me finish.
Leader, I listened to you. You made a fantastic Let him listen to him. I'll give you the opportunity again to speak. Please.
So, Mr. Speaker,
I'll give you the opportunity to speak.
The application was to seek your leave. And in seeking your leave, he needs to make known to you the exact matter.
I'll come to you. You allow. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I will yield.
Yes.
I will yield. I will yield.
Mr. Speaker, some of us have been in this chamber for close to 2 decades.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, you should not use subtle means to have recorded what you want to say that we are objecting to. And that is exactly what he's doing. That I want to caution him. You can argue the legal points, but keep the facts out of the matter. If there's a ruling on the legal issues, then you can introduce the facts on the floor.
Well. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, it appears that this side of the House is now made up of the notorious reckless hecklers. Mr. Speaker, now we've seen the notorious reckless hecklers who have not gotten Mr. President's attention. But it's okay. The House has noticed you. And this is where we get all the empty seats. There are legal issues. This is important for learning. So pay attention. Your leader has raised an important legal issue. So pay attention. This is the time for you to learn. This is the time for you to learn. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Majority Leader was right in saying that I need to argue the legal grounds without necessarily going into the facts. No, I mean your backbenchers, not you. You are a leader. You are not. You are not. You are not part. I'm saying you are not. Oh. Mr. Speaker, you see their behavior. When we do it to them, they will be crying. We can do it if we listen to your leader. If you don't want us to talk, you see. We also have a backbench. Misbehave. Mr. Speaker. Ayarga.
Honorable members.
Ayarga.
Honorable members.
You need to talk to your people. Ayarga, you need to talk to your people. You need to talk to your people.
Please.
We will not allow them to do this. Indeed. You guys are very intolerant. You are not serious.
Honorable members, please. Honorable Chapel, please. Honorable members, please, if even you have an issue, please allow the chair to call you. We need to have a very... Why? Honorable members, Dr. Sandari, sit down, please. Sit down. Doc, sit down.
Speaker, I'm not notorious. Everybody knows I'm a gentleman.
Yes, Minority Leader, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, it is the case of the applicant in the matter before us, Honorable Habib Idrisu, MP for Tolon, and the First Deputy Minority Whip. His application seeking your leave is on a matter of national importance. Mr. Speaker, to enable him mount the application, he laid a foundation by giving you the background to the matter upon which he seeks your leave. Mr. Speaker, the rule is that you cannot place something on nothing. There is no way you'll be well disposed to grant him leave unless at least you know the facts upon which he mounts his application. Mr. Speaker, and what is his application? His application is to the effect that grant him leave to raise this issue that occurred yesterday. And what is the issue? The issue is that state security operatives have raided the residence of Mr. Ken Oforiatta, a former envoy and a former finance minister who is out of the jurisdiction, and he actually sought the leave of the chief of staff. Mr. Speaker, this country's democracy has well advanced. We cannot do this to ourselves as a political class. We cannot target each other only after elections.
So,
Mr. Speaker, so all he is trying to say is that grant him leave to proceed to raise this matter. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that my respected colleague makes the point that he's a human rights activist and he would not in any way be against this matter being raised on the floor. So, Mr. Speaker, if it is his contention that the leave must be sought by at least giving you the headline, then after that he raises the matter properly, I agree, Mr. Speaker, and that's, I always see him with the standing orders. I've read the rule, statement by a member, by the indulgence of the House and the leave of Speaker, a member may explain a matter of personal nature or make a statement on a matter of urgent public importance. So, Mr. Speaker, he is right. The honorable member did not err. He only laid the foundation. He is now bringing the matter to the fore for all of us to have a bite. Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow a change in political power to lead to violence in the country. We cannot allow a situation where when there's a change in government, political opponents will be blackmailed. Mr. Speaker, that is all his point. So grant him the leave for him to proceed. At least sufficient foundation has been laid.
And Minority Leader, I think we need to help the House with regards to Standing Orders 93-1. Is it the case that if a member would like to raise an issue, the member may consider it as an urgent? Does he has to seek, when you say by the leave of the Speaker, does it mean the person should have already discussed with the Speaker? I want us to, because it is something that is actually emerging, and we have to actually lay this fairly to the understanding of all of us, so that going forward we will know how to work. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Order 93-1 cannot be read in isolation. Mr. Speaker, go to Order 93-2. 93-2. Mr. Speaker, Order 93, Order 93.1, Order 93.1, Mr. Speaker, Order 93.1 says, by the indulgence of the House and leave of the Speaker, a member may explain a matter of personal nature or make a statement on a matter of urgent public importance at the time appointed for statements under Order 67. Mr. Speaker, this is the first time a statement is mentioned in that order. That's the first time a statement is mentioned in that order. Then Order 93.2 says that the proposed statement shall be admitted by the Speaker with or without modifications. The proposed statement. So, what does the proposed statement refer to? Where else is a mention made of a statement? It is a statement in Order 93.1, because that's the first time there is mention of a statement. So that statement, Mr. Speaker, I have been in this House, and each time that you have a matter of urgent public importance that you intend to make a statement of, you go and see the Speaker and intimate to the Speaker that there's this matter of urgent public importance and you intend to make a statement on that matter. I have done it several times. And each time the Speaker will then say, go ahead, I will admit it. Then you rise up and pursuant to that order, you make the statement. Ideally, the statement should be in writing. But sometimes the matter is so urgent, you haven't written it down, but you go and confer with the Speaker. And then when the Speaker sees the urgency of the matter, the Speaker is convinced that it's a matter of urgent public importance, then he will give you leave. When you rise up, he will say, I gave this person leave. I gave this person leave to make a statement of urgent public importance or a matter that is personal to that person. That is how we have handled it in the past. So please, you can't just ambush the Speaker while he's sitting in the chair and then start narrating any wild story and say that you are laying the foundation. Meanwhile, that matter has become records of this House. That's why I insist, Mr. Speaker, that you must order that whatever they have said in relation to the subject matter is expunged from the records. Because they have no leave to make those statements. They have no leave to allow those matters to be captured in the records of the House. If you grant it, they can make the statement. If they make the statement, we'll all comment. We'll all comment on it. I am ready to comment on that statement.
Well. So, let me...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
honourable members, please, I'm allowing this because we are all learning from this, because it's becoming an issue. So it's not just because of today's issue. This thing is reoccurring. I want us to be clear about it, so that going forward, if you have any urgent issue, you know how to go about it. That's why I'm allowing this discussion. Yes,
thank you very much.
Temple.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt about the legal ingenuity of the distinguished gentleman and leader of the House, Member of Parliament for Boku. But on this occasion, Mr. Speaker, he refers us to Order 93.1. But the interpretation that he gives to Order 93.1 is restrictive. By his own reading, Mr. Speaker, and let me take you back with your indulgence again. By the indulgence of the House and leave of the Speaker, a member may explain a matter of personal nature or so it is disjunctive, Mr. Speaker, or make a statement on a matter of urgent public importance. So you don't necessarily have to come by way of statements. Mr. Speaker, the matter that we are talking about is a matter of urgent public
nature. And it's a personal nature that we can relate to. Because everyone knows in this country what happened yesterday. Tax raided the residence of the former Minister of Finance, and it's of a public nature. Today, honorable member, the office of the special prosecutor also granted a press conference and addressed the same matter. So, Mr. Speaker, it's not something that can be hidden. We have to discuss this matter, and I don't know what they are afraid of. Honorable member, in any event, Mr. Speaker, honorable member, Mr. Speaker, in any event, they said that the rule says that the leave of the speaker, the leave can be expressed or implied. And I take it that by the fact that you have granted the member for Tolong and Deputy Majority Chief Whip the opportunity to proceed, that means that you have impliedly granted him leave.
No, that is. I don't think that.
That is the issue. So by implication, you have granted him leave. So the matter before this house is why the former Minister for Finance's home was raided. Any of us can be a victim to this situation. And we need to discuss it and put it on record. Thank you very much.
There's no doubt about that event. But I want the House to be clear with Ordinance 31. That is my position.
Mr. Speaker,
that is my position. That's where I want us to discuss. That's why I'm giving this discussion.
I made the application, and let me clarify. Mr. Speaker, to clarify this application, even yesterday, similar application was made when the Speaker was presiding. It was yesterday. Under the same, he made the application. Honorable Nyaku made the application when the Speaker was presiding on the road toll matter under Order 93.1. The Speaker, you were here, the road minister was here yesterday, and then the Speaker granted that leave. Mr. Speaker, I seek your leave in my introduction.
Honorable
member, with your leave. And which leave? Parliament, we are governed by the Constitution, our standing orders,
let's move slowly,
and our practices. And yesterday, the same standing order 93.1 was raised, and the Speaker granted it. And here's the matter.
Honorable members, at least the Speaker should be in the known. So I think you are aware of it. You see, honorable members, the exercise you are doing is good for the House. Nobody should take it. It's good for the House. We have to get our way clear on this. So, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in all sincerity, while sitting there, he signaled me that I should check my phone. He's sending me a WhatsApp message. No, in all sincerity. No, I'm coming. We relate at that level. He signaled me that I should check my phone. And then when I checked, there was a message from him that he intends to raise the issue of the matter that they want to raise the issue of. And I said I didn't know anything about it. I told him that I didn't know anything about it. Then he sent me photographs and video. And once I was looking at the photographs and the video, then the Deputy Chief Whip was already on his feet making the statement. Mr. Speaker, I am aware that he wants to raise the statement, but I haven't given indication whether I accept or I haven't accepted.
Mr. Speaker, I have been a former leader in this House. I noticed that on countless occasions this morning, our respected colleagues opposite got the mic and started speaking without your authority. I thought leaders are supposed to guide you. The last statement made by the Deputy Whip on the minority side, you did not give him the opportunity. Imagine if everybody started putting on their mics and speaking. Second, Mr. Speaker, let me remind him, nobody made any statement about road toll here yesterday. Go and check your own record. So your statement about road toll, I don't know where you got it from, because nobody made any statement. Mr. Speaker, whilst the respected leader was speaking, Out of nowhere, he got up and mentioned my name. You, Kwame, and whatever. Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage you to caution him. Speaker, if the issue, and Mr. Speaker, you're going to allow me, I think it's a very important statement made by my colleague. I will seek your indulgence at the right time to explain to you how in 2017 the whole of Adaklu Kodiabe was raided by national security because I come from Adaklu Kodiabe. The whole town was raided by
Honorable Minister, please don't take us back.
I can even give you the name of the national security operative, Mr. Apia, caused Adaklu Kodiabe to be raided 2017. The whole town on lockdown. Because I'm a member of parliament for Adaklu, from Kodiabe, I will at the right time seek your indulgence to bring to you. So if today an individual, Keno Feriata, is raided, consider that versus the whole of Adaklu Kodiabe raided. Is the law only good when it comes to your side, Mr. Speaker? Raiding whether Keno Feriata or Adaklu Kodiabe illegally is wrong. But let them know that what is good for the goose is good for the gander. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, now my ruling. Yes, okay, you speak then now. Hold on. Yes, Nana, my shares out.
Mr. Speaker, thanks for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker,
sit down.
Mr. Speaker, we appreciate the fact that the interpretation of the standing orders lies in your bosom. We accordingly are grateful for the opportunity to contribute.
Sit down.
To contribute.
Sit down. You can't be standing like that.
We are accordingly.
You are already up.
We are accordingly grateful. We are accordingly grateful that. We are accordingly grateful.
Honorable Andrew, please take your seat. You take your seat. Honorable Andrew, please take your seat.
We are accordingly grateful. We are accordingly grateful that Mr. Speaker is indulging our opinion before you give a ruling on this matter. Mr. Speaker, very respectfully, with the standing orders, there is one fact to it, which is that where timing is of essence, it says so. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, there are times when the standing orders require that prior notice is given. And where prior notice is not required, it's also stated. Mr. Speaker, in the specific matter of Order 93-1, Mr. Speaker would realize that it's an exceptional circumstance. It's an exceptional circumstance because, Mr. Speaker, it talks about the procedure for dealing with statements in the House. But when it comes to 93, it is a matter of notwithstanding 91 and 92. So, Mr. Speaker, 91 expressly states the procedure for adopting or dealing with statements in this House by the Speaker. 92 deals with ceremonial speeches. And then when you come to 93, it talks about by the indulgence of the House and the leader of the Speaker. In other words, with leave of the Speaker. In other words, notwithstanding the provisions of 91 and 92, Mr. Speaker, by the indulgence of the House and the leave of the Speaker, Mr. Speaker, a member may explain a matter of personal nature, which is that in urgent situations, Mr. Speaker, if the interpretation being put to it by the learned leader of the House, very respectfully, were to hold sway, it will mean that, Mr. Speaker, urgent matters cannot be dealt with unless we can get the attention of the leadership of the House. Mr. Speaker, in the circumstance of this matter, This is a matter which has just come to our attention. That is the matter of the raiding of the house of Mr. Ken Oforiatta. Mr. Speaker, what time are we going to get to confer with the leadership of the majority? Mr. Speaker, how do we deal with urgent matters in the circumstance? Mr. Speaker, we are saying that. Mr. Speaker, if this interpretation were to be adopted, it would defeat the purpose of Order 93.1. Mr. Speaker, if the thinking of the framers of the law were that there should be prior agreement between leadership and prior leave of the Speaker, that would mean that, Mr. Speaker, the word prior would have been put there. There's nothing like that, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I'll take the last one from Honorable James Agaga.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think the matter that has caught our attention is what 93 says, 163 says, 1 says, by the indulgence. Mr. Speaker, do I have the floor? By the indulgence of the House and leave of the Speaker, a member may explain a matter of personal nature, and here the matter the minority whip attempted to make is not of a personal nature, or make a statement on a matter of urgent public importance. I think the matter is settled. It is of public urgent importance. Then 2 says, reads as follows: the proposed statement shall be admitted by the Speaker. Now 3, the text of the statement as admitted shall be read when a member is called upon to make the statement. Mr. Speaker, the point I'm making is that please. Mr. Speaker, wait for him. Mr. Speaker, 3 talks about text. Well, let me read the 4. 4 says what? A statement other than a personal statement may be commented upon by other members for a limited duration of time, not exceeding 1 hour. This is about commentary. But Mr. Speaker, the 3 says the text, it talks about text, which means the statement must even be scripted. When the minority deputy whip stood up to make that statement, he was not reading from a script. So it is the script which is admitted by Mr. Speaker, which can only be read and commented upon. So let us not misconstrue the meaning of urgent public importance to mean that anybody can get up and take the House by surprise, ambush the House with a statement.
Well, honorable members, this is my ruling. This is my ruling. And I think the ruling should guide the House going forward for the good of all of us. Henceforth, I'm coming. You please allow me. Henceforth, any matter relating to Article Stand Orders 93, please, if you are a member, please discuss it with your leadership so that the leadership will also share with the other side. I don't think it's anything that is difficult. Then you should also share whatever you want to do with the presiding officer or the speaker, so that it will go with the standing order 93. So with this, hello, honorable members, With this, now I've taken judicial notice of the leave the member is trying to seek from the chair. The leave is granted now. But meanwhile, what he has already said, I will order that one to be expunged from the records, and now grant him the official platform to raise the issue. Please, are you listening to me? What I'm saying is what he has already said. I will order that is expunged from the official records, and now grant him the official floor to raise the issue. Now I've taken delivery of the notice. So that is my order. But henceforth, this is how we are going to go. If you are coming with any statement which is a statement you consider it to be urgent, please discuss with your leadership and share with the speaker. So that, yes. So let's go by that so that we avoid this. So now I grant you the floor to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for
leader. That is my.
Mr. Speaker, let me say that so far as I'm concerned, this side is not indulging them. Why not?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, thank you for granting. Mr. Speaker, thank you for granting my leave to make this.
Honourable members. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, this is a house of records. I have paid attention to what is happening here this afternoon. Let it not favor somebody today to set a certain precedence in this house. Mr. Speaker, I have followed all the submissions of my respected leader. First, he raises an issue of procedure. You made a ruling. We know that when Mr. Speaker makes a ruling, the only way
to challenge that ruling is to make a formal application. Mr. Speaker, he cannot on his feet pray for a variation of your order. If he says he wants to go strictly by the rules, we would indulge him. But let's be careful the kind of precedents we are setting, where some people will use some shouting and all that to sway the chair. Mr. Speaker, the precedents of this house, I remember in the matter of the vacant seats, Arthur Forson, minority leader as he then was, raised the matter. There was nothing scripted. He raised it because it was to him it was a matter of national importance. Mr. Speaker, indulged him. We debated. He, the majority leader himself, then contributed to the matter and did say that in fact the matter was of urgent national importance. Mr. Speaker, if today they want us to go into a certain arena of jurisprudence, I don't have a problem. Mr. Speaker, bullying is part of the game, but they should know that when it gets to them, they will also take it. Because they are smiling, I see them, they think that they are trying to sway you. Mr. Speaker, let us be careful the path we want to chart. I don't have a problem. In this game, you lose some, you gain some. I don't have a problem. But they should know that if today you now say that, with the leave of Speaker, when Mr. Speaker grants him leave, the man is about to read his statement, then you get up again, challenging Mr. Speaker, and then you want to arrest Mr. Speaker's ruling, then you now argue that with the indulgence. What is the meaning of indulgence? Does that mean that prior approval of members? What is indulgence? Look, Mr. Speaker, let Honorable Ayelga, the Harvard scholar, Mr. Speaker, this man is a Harvard scholar. He shouldn't introduce anything that will create problem for this house. What is indulgence? Is it now saying that indulgence means that if the other side of the house says they won't accept, you can't read? Mr. Speaker, be firm. You've granted him leave. You've said that the earlier submissions be expunged. We are not challenging you. Our friends must be tolerant. This is democracy. You are in majority, fine. But let us do the right thing. Let's do the right thing. Mr. Speaker, you've made your ruling. Your ruling stands. If he wants to challenge it, he should file an application. He should file an application. The majority leader cannot introduce his own form of jurisprudence to confuse this house. That is not the rule. That is not the law. And that is not the practice. Mr. Speaker, you ruled allow Honorable Habib Idrisu to proceed.
Leader, let Habib, hold on. I will come to you. Hold on. Let me give the majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, I am not challenging your decision. Your decision is to the effect that by Standing Order 93-1, by Standing... Mr. Speaker, I am not challenging your ruling. Your ruling is to the effect that for a statement of urgent public importance to be made, there is a need for both sides of the House to have conferred and agreed. You said that. And then you also indicated that in future they should submit a copy or at least make known to the Speaker or the person presiding the content of the statement. So I'm simply pursuing your ruling to say that we have not yet indulged him. Because you are saying that there should be indulgence by both sides. I'm saying that we have not indulged him. Mr. Speaker, let me say that. You see, let's go back to the interpretation section. Let's go back to the interpretation section of the Standing Order. Order 6. which deals with the question of leave of the house. Page 5, leave of the house, okay? Of the house or any expression of similar import means permission or consent given by the house. So to say that the word indulgence of the house, leave of the house are of similar import. And so what our standing order says is that such matters must be with the consent of the house. But Mr. Speaker, ordinarily when it comes to statements, we always vest the discretion in the Speaker. We have never come to this House to say that we must grant leave before the Speaker admits a statement to be made. And I'm not about to begin that tradition. But Mr. Speaker, I have a problem with matters that are ordinarily the subject of press conferences to be made the business of this House. There are some matters that are press conference matters that you should deal with outside with the press as a press conference, not to make it the subject of debate in this House. Mr. Speaker, if they make a mistake and make a statement on Ken Ofori-Atta in this chamber, you have no idea the commentary that will be run on Ken Ofori-Atta in this chamber. Can you control the commentary that on this side of the House will run on Ken Ofori-Atta? You would have exposed him to that. Because even today, when the Office of Special Prosecutor organized a press conference, they made some statements. They admitted that there were charges in relation to the man, that the man was under investigation. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying exactly what I said. Exactly what I said, Mr. Speaker. That don't expose the man. Don't expose the man. Don't make a statement on him, because the standing order says that.
Honorable Majority Leader, I could confer from what you are saying that now the indulgence of the House is now granted.
No, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that we have always granted discretion to speakers, to admit statements and authorize statements to be made. We've always granted the discretion. We are not about to stop it. But I'm warning that it is a very slippery ground, because the same standing order says that if it's a matter of urgent public importance, we have a right to comment on it. Do you want us to run a commentary on the man? That's the question.
Leader, I think there's a caution. If you are ready.
Mr. Speaker, the man himself is not here. The man himself, Ken Ofori-Atta, is not here. They cannot grant consent to commentary being run on the man in the chamber. Ken Ofori-Atta is not in this chamber. So you cannot make a statement on Ken Ofori-Atta and expose him to commentary when he is not there. Unless Ken Ofori-Atta is here to give a consent. He has to give consent. You cannot give consent that there should be commentary run on the man when he is not present to respond. He is not present to respond, and there are matters, Mr. Speaker, today I'm saying that the Office of Special Prosecutor said they are investigating the man. Do you want us to interfere with the investigation by running commentary on the man? Is that what you want us to do?
Well. Yes, Honorable Habib, if you are minded to raise your statement, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for granting me the leave. Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my profound concern to formally condemn the recent action taken by the Office of the Special Prosecutor in declaring Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta a wanted fugitive. The basis for this declaration rests solely on the assertion that Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta has not responded to request to appear before the OSP in person. However, evidence provided by his legal team representative equivocally demonstrate that Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta is currently outside the country on a schedule and medical grounds. Mr. Speaker, the principle of natural justice and due process demand that Mr. Speaker, the principle of natural justice and due process demand that before any declaration of a fugitive status is made, a full and thorough verification of the circumstances must be conducted. In this instance, the OSP failure to acknowledge the valid and documented explanation provided by Mr. Ofori-Atta's legal team is alarming. Mr. Speaker, the omission not only undermines the right of an individual who has rendered distinguished service to our nation, but also calls into question the procedure with which our justice system is being administered. When the machinery of justice is allowed to operate without strict adherence to the established protocol, the risk of arbitrary and politically motivated occasion become all too real. Mr. Speaker, in both the adherence and the unjust, that such well-documented evidence has been disregarded. Mr. Speaker, the situation emphasized the importance of clear communication and coordination among the state institutions. Prior notification of his medical departure was not only a legal requirement, but also an act of transparency expected from the public figure. His adherence to the protocol should have been acknowledged and factored into any subsequent decision regarding his status. Instead, the OSP declared his generated unnecessary controversy and distraction at a time when the nation cannot afford such division. The misapplication of power in this instance serves a stark reminder of the danger adherence with exclusive agencies acts without sufficient oversight and accountability. Mr. Speaker, the implication of this incident extend beyond the individual involved. They strike at the very heart of our nation's commitment to justice, accountability, and the rule of law. When institutions like the OSP deviate from their mandate and operate in a matter that appears arbitrarily, they jeopardize our collective effort to build a society based on fairness and respect for the rights of all citizens. It is imperative that we, as members of our parliament, hold these agencies to the highest standard and ensure that every action taken in the name of justice is both transparent and justified. Mr. Speaker, in the case of the Republic versus Director of Prisons, the Court of Appeal of Ghana reaffirmed that the principle that no person should be subjected to unlawful detention or unjust treatment at the hands of the state. The court held that the exercise of the state authority must be guided by fairness, legally and due process. Any deviation from the principle amounts to an abuse of power and violation of the rights of the individual. Mr. Speaker, the House must use this opportunity to reinstate our collective responsibility to ensure no public official, whether current or former, is unfairly targeted or subjected to actions that undermine the legal right. Let us be clear. The pursuit of justice must always be balanced with respect for the process, and any deviation from the principle can have far-fetching consequences on our democracy. Mr. Speaker, we must stand united in our resolve to protect the integrity of our legal institution and to ensure that every individual is treated fairly under the law. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I reinstate my call for accountability and transparency. The actions taken by the OSP in this matter are deeply troubling, and the actions also taken by governments are deeply troubling. They must be addressed with the utmost Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I reiterate my call for accountability and transparency. The action taken by government are deeply troubling, and they must be addressed with utmost agency. We owe it to our citizens and to the legacy of our nation's commitment to justice to ensure that such abuses of power are not repeated. Mr. Speaker, I urge my fellow members of Parliament to join me in condemning the actions of government and the state authorities, and no current or formal appointee of any government should go through such an ordeal. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members. Honorable members, this is a statement on our own member who used to be a former member, former Minister of State. So I think and the comment should not generate debate. Honorable members, I'm going by our own standing orders. I am going by our own standing orders, and I'm going to take 3 from each side. 3 from each side. Then I'll give the leadership 1, 2, 3 leadership. 3 leadership.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we have 10 members on this side. We have 10 members on this side ready to comment. We have 10 members on this side ready to comment. 10, yes. No, 10, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 10 people.
Leader, I can take 10.
If they don't have anybody who wants to comment, that is up to them. But we have 10 people who want to comment. I caution you, Mr. Speaker. I caution you. And he said that he was ready for it. So 10 people will comment on this side.
Yeah, he said he was ready.
You said you were ready.
I will vary my orders. I'll give 5 each, including leadership.
Home. Mr. Speaker, 5 police officers believed to be from the National Security on Friday raided the home of former Deputy Power Minister, Mr. John Jinapo, in search of documents related to the controversial $550 Ameri deal. Mr. Speaker, this very house, this very house, approved the Ameri deal. Mr. Speaker,
what is it?
Speaker, I thank you. Earlier on, I had tried to catch your attention. I think it's important we set the parameters right. Let it go into the records that nobody's afraid of this subject matter. And the leader says that he's cautioning. Nobody's afraid. Nobody has anything to hide. Now, the point I want to make is that, Speaker, yes, when we are debating, we make reference to other sources of information. Let it be put on record that any matter that anybody wants to reference, it should be tabled. It should be tabled. Speaker, if our colleague has some source of information, let that information be tabled before you can proceed on same subject matter. You can just get up and say that GhanaWeb, table it. Let him table it. No, he should table it. Anybody gets up and say GhanaWeb, he should table it, because I insist. Let him table it. Then we can take his source serious.
Honorable John Jinapo.
Mr. Speaker.
You've already spent 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, that's most unfair. That's most unfair. I mean, you can't do this to me, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you are a leader. And you should know that when something is public record, especially in this house, we do not tender any evidence. Professor Mike Okwe, then Speaker, made a ruling on the matter in this chamber. You were seated here. Professor Mike Okwe wrote to the CID in respect of this matter. And so what other evidence do you want me to tender when it's captured in the Hansard? Anything captured in the Hansard, you don't tender any evidence. Mr. Speaker, I am saying that on that fateful day, Mr. Speaker, on that fateful day, when my house was raided by AK-47 wielding national security operatives, when they banged on my door, creating fear and panic, sending my 6-year-old child into a state of hysteria, into a state of fear. We had members here. They never commented on it. And I commend Professor Michael Kwe on that day when he stood up and ruled that what they were doing was wrong. Mr. Speaker, they took my phone, they took my laptops, and took it to the United Kingdom to investigate me. Today, a very simple matter. You are scared of it. Mr. Speaker, let me explain something. The OSP has declared Mr. Kenoforiata as a fugitive. As a fugitive. Mr. Speaker, in our local language, fugitive, in our local language, it means that wadenuwa kangura. Or, to put it simply, wajibam. Or in the Hausa language, otilo. Or to put it in a more simpler way, yagudu. It's as simple as that, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, we should not be afraid of accountability. As public officials, when they took my laptop, it got to a point they couldn't even open the iPhone. I told them I was willing to come and use my fingerprint. It was then and there that they told me that the phones had been taken to the United Kingdom. I had to give them the password. Eventually, the very America that I was accused of, a minister was dismissed because it came here padded by almost $800 million. Mr. Speaker, on this auspicious day, on this day of reckoning, on this day of accountability, the only thing I can say is that we wish the man in white,
5 minutes.
The best of luck.
It's up.
5 minutes is up. The finance minister should come here and settle the scores as well as
5 minutes is up.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes. Honorable member for Bimbila, you have 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, we are building a democracy. The honorable member who just spoke said gun-wielding policemen raided his home. That is what a democracy is. Police people. My brother, you don't use soldiers to raid somebody's home in a democracy. Yes. Sit down. I will wait. I will wait.
Tomorrow will come.
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, I am not giving the floor to anybody on point of order. Please.
Mr. Speaker.
Please, let's tolerate each other, please.
Mr.
Yes.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let them be informed. Let them who stand up be informed that by 4 a.m. on the 7th of this, January, there was no defense minister in Ghana. Let them be informed. Let them be informed. Let them be informed that nobody in Ghana, let them be informed. Tell the gentleman, tell the gentleman here that he's just been nominated Deputy Minister of the Republic of Ghana. You are no more in a position to be shouting. Respect yourself. You are in government today. Mr. Speaker, let them know that by 4 a.m., when soldiers and police entered here to keep order, there was no Minister of Defense in Ghana. Be educate yourselves. Mr. Speaker, I still want to repeat. Let me repeat to my colleague. Let me repeat to my colleague that in a democracy, you do not use soldiers to raid somebody's home, especially when that person has told you, that I am not in the country and I'll report when I get back. Oforiata wrote to the OSP that, look, I am not in the country, I've received the invitation and I will come back and report to you for any investigation. You have no right, Mr. Speaker, you have no right to send soldiers to raid a man's house when he's not there. When he has told you that I will come, I'm out of the country. It is worse than armed robbery. In fact, to the extent that I have seen pictures of Richard Japa, who has just been forgiven of his sins, raiding somebody else's house. What business has that man in the house of a man who is supposed to be traveled outside? This is not the democracy we are building.
Thank you.
It is wrong for John Mahama, who just won an election, to try to use soldiers to intimidate people.
Thank you very much.
We will not agree today.
Thank you
we
very
will not
much.
agree tomorrow. We are not cowards.
Thank you. Thank you.
We will account to anybody who wants us to account.
Thank you very much. Now, yes.
Mr. Speaker, the former defense minister, in his concluding statement, mentioned one Mr. Jakwa and said that somebody who has just been forgiven of his sins. Mr. Speaker, he has never proven that the guy committed a sin. He has never proven that the man committed a sin. So you cannot say that somebody who has just been forgiven of his sins, nobody forgave him of any sin because nobody proved any sin. So, Mr. Speaker, the man is not here. He should withdraw that part of his statement. He should withdraw that part of his statement.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, the case against Richard Japa, the appeal, and the current finance minister was withdrawn by the current president. The appeal was withdrawn by the current president. Allow the court to deal with the matter. Allow the courts to deal with the matter. And let's see whether you have sins or you don't have sins. Allow the courts to deal with the matter.
So
Mr. Speaker, allow the courts to deal with the matter. And let's see whether there are sins or there are no sins.
So have you...
But if you want me to withdraw the word forgive, I'll withdraw that word. But I say to you that
Well,
allow
well.
the courts to decide whether a man is guilty or not.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, Honorable Member for Bolgatanga, is it Central or Central? Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am very sad that in our country, the biggest perceived enemy of our economy is being defended the way my colleagues are doing. And everybody knows. And everybody knows. No. Everybody knows. Everybody knows.
Honorable Adongo. Honorable Adongo. Honorable Adongo. How did you come by that?
Mr.
That
Speaker,
is the biggest.
Mr. Speaker, if that makes him happy, I withdraw.
Please, just withdraw. Honorable members.
Yes, the truth.
Honorable members. Honorable members. Please. Honorable members, please, let's be guided by our all standing orders. This comment should not generate any debate. So please, let's make a statement that will invite no other person to come and challenge your statement. Please, let's be straightforward.
Mr. Speaker, you allowed very contentious, debatable issues to be raised here. And you are now asking me to respond to debatable argument without debate? Is that what you are saying? You admitted all that debatable documents that he presented here. But I want to say that if you are a Ghanaian and you respect yourself, Ghana has gone into debt restructuring and embarrassed globally. Who did that? Ken Ofori-Atta did that. Ghanaians who bought our bonds, went through a DDEP. Who did that? Ken Ofori-Atta. And so, if you get up to defend this person who has robbed us of our peace and happiness, and you expect me to debate this in a manner that is not debatable, I beg to differ. But Mr. Speaker, the truth is that the OSP has made it very clear that the state did not send anybody to Ken Ofori-Atta's house, and that was staged by Ken Ofori-Atta's own people.
Hold on. Yes, minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, let the records reflect that this side of the House brought this matter up, questioning the mode of the action taken by state security operatives. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the argument being made by now in this chamber, he's aspiring into public office. He's seriously lobbying to be made a deputy minister. Mr. Speaker, he has not even been recognized. It is some of these unguarded statements. That is why he has not been recognized. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about the mode of the raid, the arrest. We are not saying that if the state has evidence against Ken Ofori-Atta, you shouldn't try him.
Well.
Mr. Speaker, if indeed there is an issue against him, the state can try him. Then he can have access to his lawyers.
Leader.
But you cannot accuse him that the man is guilty.
Leader, I'll come to you. Because you have your time so that you can address all these things, please.
Mr. Speaker, he has to withdraw that part of the submission.
Leader, which part?
These are my views.
Go on.
Yeah, they are my views. The minority leader doesn't tell me what to say in this house. He doesn't dictate to me what I say in this house. And I'm saying that when, as a government, you decided to violate the Public Financial Management Act with impunity, this day was coming, and it has arrived. The Public Financial Management Act is very clear. The Public Financial Management Act is very clear that you cannot commit this state to a multi-year contract without the Minister for Finance, himself issuing a commencement certificate. And yet, after he issued a commencement certificate, he was still drawing on contingency fund as if he didn't know about the project. And he thought that you could do that as long as you want. But the subject is that the OSP has spelled out the reasons why he's looking for it. And I'm discussing what the OSP is calling him for. That when he decided to engage in multi-year transactions and refused the approval of Parliament, knowing very well the implications in the Public Financial Management Act, he knew that he would answer for it one day. And that you are now asking us to do what? Not to discuss a fugitive. We shouldn't discuss a fugitive. Is that what you're asking? Or to clean him up even though he's a fugitive? So when you came here, you knew that the product you are selling, you could not sell it. And we warned you. We warned you and you did. You can warn me as long as you want. But the important thing is that the OSP has stated. The OSP has stated that he didn't send anybody to House. Why are you running away? Why are you running away?
Honorable Osenyako.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I have come in peace. I have come in peace.
You've come in peace.
Mr. Speaker,
you said you've come in peace.
Yes.
Very well. Let's listen to you.
God willing, Ghana will be 68 years this year. Mr. Speaker, we have seen government change all the time. Mr. Speaker, the wrong yesterday is not right today. If we are building a society, if we are building a country, if we are building a nation, Mr. Speaker, we cannot and we should not allow some of these ills to go on in our society. All of us sitting here, we are politicians. All of us. Tomorrow, it could be you. Today, you think it is Mr. Ken Oforiatta, so it is okay. I will speak against it if it was meted to you. The fact that similar issue or same thing was done in 2017 doesn't mean that we should repeat same this time. You should listen to me. Mr. Speaker, I am sad. I am sad for Mother Ghana. I am sad for we as a politician because tomorrow it will be your turn. And I cannot sit because I'm in the opposite side, so I will sit down and watch you be treated this way. Mr. Speaker, if you want to build a nation, if you want to build a democracy, let us use the laid down procedures. I am not speaking to shield anybody. The laws are clear that if anybody is found guilty of committing any crime, there are laid down procedures to deal with such matters. We don't use a Rambo style action to go to somebody's house. My I have just a caution. I have a message for the president. President Mahama should listen to me. Mr. President, Ghanaians voted for you massively so that you come and unite this country.
Thank you.
They did not vote for you to come and divide this country.
Thank you.
If he want to leave a legacy long after he has leave his office, then I am begging him that he should use the laid-down procedure to address some of these matters.
Thank you, honorable member.
And stop the buga.
Thank you so much.
To help this country. Thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you
Speaker.
so much. Let me come to
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I am one of those who believe that what is wrong yesterday is also wrong today. What I've read is that the OSP has said that the raiding that we are all talking about is something that was staged. I listened to him. And so for me, for us to use this precious time discussing something that has been staged, then I think that we need to have a second look at what we are doing. Mr. Speaker, I listened to my senior brother, the former Minister for Defense, and I was a bit sad. I followed you and the former Minister for Interior, and my good friend and brother, the former Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, and also Honorable Kandapa. The four of you, I follow you from outside here on that fateful day, and I dove my cap for Honorable Kandapa when he shouted, "Don't let them enter, don't let them enter, don't let them enter." You shouted, "Let them enter, let them enter, let them enter." And they entered. Mr. Speaker, he's now telling.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want him to know, and he knows me very well, that where I come from, I'm not a coward. I can never be a coward. He knows that where I come from, I can't be a coward. I will never be a coward. Otherwise, I cannot go home. And Mr. Speaker, I want to repeat that I am not a coward. I can never be a coward. Otherwise, I cannot go home. He knows where I come from. And let me tell you, you have no evidence.
Thank you.
Not a single shred of evidence. And I want him to withdraw that statement because it's a direct attack on my person, on my family, my tribe, where I come from, and you are putting people in danger for no reason. If you don't have any evidence, withdraw it. It's very unfortunate that you will make a statement against Ambrose. He's not here to defend himself. Make a statement against me, and I can defend myself. It's wrong. You have no evidence. You heard it. You heard it. It's very unfortunate. Do you even know when the soldiers came? Do you know where I was?
Honorable members.
When the soldiers came in, do you even know where I was that day? Do you know where I was?
Honorable members.
If you are using soldiers to intimidate Ghanaians, including myself.
Honorable.
If you are using soldiers to intimidate Ghanaians, including myself, chasing my car, that is not democracy. That is not democracy. You use soldiers to chase me. That is not democracy.
That is not democracy. Don't accuse me. You have no evidence. Withdraw it.
Well, honorable members, I will see the seat to the first deputy speaker. Meanwhile, you may continue. Honorable member, you may go on. Honorable Yusuf, you may go on.
Mr. Speaker, I started by saying that the defense minister is my brother. And indeed, I know where he's coming from. Where he's coming from, that is where I'm coming from. We are brothers. We are the same people. And so I was shocked that day when he was the one ushering in the military men to come and kill his own brothers. Mr. Speaker, he's saying that there was no democracy at that time, and that there was no government in place, and that he wasn't the minister at that time. And so whatever happened, he wasn't bothered. This is what he just said. Mr. Speaker, the very people who did that are still in the system. I want to call on you. On this day, we have their pictures to order an investigation so that we will get to the bottom of this issue. But I am a Muslim and a serious and pious Muslim. And the last thing I will do is to tell lies on my own brother. I have said what we call the kalima. I believe in Allah. I believe in his prophets. And the next thing to believe in is to ensure that I don't tell lies on respected people like my brother. I'm only putting it on record that on that day, I followed you. My brother, Honorable Abu Jinapo, Honorable Ambrose Derry, and Honorable Kandapa, from the start here, down up to this point, when Honorable Kandapa insisted, don't let them enter. Don't let them enter. Don't let them enter. And you said they should enter. Indeed, they entered. You followed them. Mr. Speaker, what I want you to do is to call for the video. Call for the video. He wants me to come with the evidence. Call for the video. And you will see him ushering in the military men. On this note, Mr. Speaker, I am calling for an independent investigation to ensure that whatever happened that day, we get the truth of it. And once we get the truth of it, he will cease to call on evidence. Thank you.
But Mr. Speaker, somebody has accused me.
Yes, honorable member.
Somebody has accused me that I brought soldiers to come and kill.
You don't have the floor. Resume your seat. Please resume your seat. Honorable Native Wood, resume your seat. Honorable member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, hold it.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, let's remind ourselves about Order 129 and conduct business in an orderly manner. I will not hesitate to apply the rules. Honorable member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I mean, members in this House who have followed my proceedings or my actions in the media will certainly know that I was one of the few MPs who stood up and said that Ken Ofori-Atta must go. And so I'm not here to defend Ken Ofori-Atta. But, Mr. Speaker, we need to ensure that as a country, the rule of law always reigns supreme. I am a bit surprised that the members in the NDC are today
defending actions that yesterday they were crying over. In fact, I heard my good friend John Jinapo, I also heard Kwame Agoja make claims that in 2017 their houses were raided at Daklu and all of that. Is that justification why we should allow same to be repeated this time? The Speaker, when
Honorable members,
when
I said order.
When His Excellency John Dramani Mahama was campaigning, he said he was going to reset Ghana. Is that the reset we are seeing today? Is this the reset we are seeing today? That lawlessness is taking supreme over everything that we do in this country? That today Richard Jakpa can walk into the houses of Ken Ofori-Atta and raid the house and be picking documents when he has no warrant. Mr. Speaker, today the OSP, we all heard him, and the OSP declared Ken Ofori-Atta as a fugitive. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering the legal basis for the OSP to declare Ken Ofori-Atta as a fugitive. Mr. Speaker, a fugitive is someone who has escaped from custody or is evading a lawful arrest warrant. What warrant does the OSP has? That today the OSP will be saying that Ken Ofori-Atta has escaped from this country. We all know that the finance minister, one of the reasons why he had to quit his job was that he was not feeling well. And so if the man travels out of this country for medical reasons, and knowing very well, when there has been enough communication between the OSP and Ken Ofori-Atta, and you take this press conference just to embarrass the man, I am sharply the OSP, and declare the man as a fugitive. That is what John Jinapo said. Leader, you said nothing about it. John Jinapo said the man has been declared as a fugitive. And you know the definition of a fugitive. As Ken Ofori-Atta.
Honourable Member, I recognize the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we need to be cautious. The honourable member who just spoke said the OSP organized a press conference to embarrass the former finance minister. Mr. Speaker, this House should not interfere in the work of the OSP. We should not intimidate the OSP. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, the former defense minister said soldiers were sent to the residence of the former finance minister. Mr. Speaker, nobody has tendered evidence in this chamber that soldiers were sent. Mr. Speaker, they are talking about one Mr. Jakpa. The man is not a soldier. The man is retired. He left the army. And he is an officer, I believe, of national security of the state. So please, let's not sit here and say things that would dent the image of the men and officers of the Ghana Armed Forces in uniform. So let's be careful. Let's be careful when we say that soldiers were sent, because no soldier was sent to the residence of the defense minister. Mr. Speaker, please, let's be cautious.
Honourable Minority Leader, I recognize Honourable Majority Leader on a point of order. Are you also on a point of order against the point of order?
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, take it easy. He didn't say he was up on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, he didn't say so. He didn't say so. And please allow, he made an intervention for the good of us. I am back on the same level, please. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the Honourable Leader of the House that we should tread cautiously. Rightly so. But, Mr. Speaker, we have had a colleague make a statement for Hansel that the respected senior member sent soldiers here to kill us. Those were the words. Mr. Speaker, in the same spirit, we need to be careful. 2, I have publicly acknowledged the diplomacy of the majority leader, and I have no reason to doubt him. But I always act in good faith. I shared with him, although private, but I will tender it since it has been raised. Videos of soldiers in uniform raiding the residence of Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta. Mr. Speaker, indeed, he is right in saying that the man being spoken about as the one leading the team is now a civilian. That is true. Mr. Richard Jakpa, who works with national security, and indeed the one who led the soldiers, is a state security operative. But Mr. Speaker, the point is very clear.
Are you very sure that it's a state security operative?
Mr. Speaker, he says so. It's not coming from me. He confirmed. These are the words of the majority leader. It's not mine.
This is Japan.
That is what, So, Mr. Speaker, yes, he has confirmed. He says he is a state security operative. It's not coming from me. Mr. Speaker, I have shared the videos with him. And I was fair in my dealings with him by saying that this is a matter that I want to raise. So, Mr. Speaker, let us be guided by what he has just told us and allow our colleague to proceed. I have gotten a signal from my respected colleague who has just been nominated as a deputy minister that he wants to withdraw that aspect of the submit. Oh, he says so, please. It's not, Mr. Speaker, I will not impose anything on him. He signaled that in view of the caution from the leader, he wants to withdraw. If he wants to, that is his matter. I am only telling Mr. Speaker, that's the signal he's giving me. Mr. Speaker, let's be fair with each other. This democracy that you are celebrating today.
Honorable Minority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I'm concluding. Mr. Speaker, once upon a time, we had 169 seats in this house. You have made it, enjoy it, but let us be mindful. Let us be mindful that we are a family. I told us once, some weeks ago, that let us learn from the Jinapo brothers. I rest my case.
Thank you, Honorable Member, Honorable Sule. Oh, I'll give you the floor. Honorable Nyindam, resume your seat. Honorable Sule, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for this opportunity to withdraw the words he brought in military to kill his brothers. My understanding of the role of the military is that they are trained to kill. That's where I was coming
Honorable
from.
Suleiman.
So I withdraw.
Honorable Suleiman, are you withdrawing?
So I'm withdrawing.
Are you withdrawing? Or what are you doing?
Unreservedly. He's my brother, and I will not do anything to hurt him. So I withdraw them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, statement accordingly withdrawn. Order. Honourable member, conclude. You have 2 more minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Chiwete, can we have some order?
Mr. Speaker, see how pleasant it is that as brothers we are able to understand each other. That should be the spirit that we carry on in the administration of government. Mr. Speaker, we all have a right, and Chapter 5 of the Constitution guarantees our right as citizens. In fact, Mr. Speaker, if you look at Article 14 of our Constitution, it is very clear. It is very clear that no person shall be deprived of their liberty except in accordance with the rule of law. Mr. Speaker,
the rate and the style, the Rambo style at which they invaded Kenuforiate's house. This morning, my little daughter came to me, and she was asking me, Daddy, is Ghana at war? Then I asked her, why? Mommy, why? Why? What is happening? Then she was like, Daddy, get on social media.
Honorable member,
look at how many
I am not supposed to be interrupting you. You quoted a constitutional provision that we need to act in accordance with the law. Are we going to be able to establish whether they have acted in accordance with law or not? Is this House going to establish whether they have acted in accordance with law or not, having regard to the fact that justice emanates from the people of Ghana and it is exercised on their behalf by the judiciary?
Mr. Speaker, it is very clear. It is very clear that from all the statements we have read from the OSP, there's no warrant. People invaded the house of Kenuforiata. Today, even the OSP that we all thought that led that attack is even running away from the fact that he led those attacks to Kenuforiata's house. Mr. Speaker, today we have a former military person who has been caught on video, clear video, invading the house of Kenuforiata. Mr. Speaker, that should not happen. I'm saying that.
Honorable member, did I hear you say he's running away from the facts? He made a categorical statement that the people are imposters.
Who made that statement?
And he didn't authorize them.
Well,
and you said he's running away from that particular fact, as if he authorized them and now running away from them.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate your guidance. I appreciate your guidance. But, Mr. Speaker, we are all in the media space. We know what is happening. We know what people are saying. I am saying that this morning, newspapers carried that the OSP, in fact, the Herald newspaper, carried that the OSP is the one that undertook this exercise. In his press conference, it denies that fact. It denies that fact. All I'm telling my colleagues is that we live in a country where a president has been given over 56% of votes. He promised, I'm coming, sit down, Kwame, sit down.
It doesn't matter. Give him 100%.
He promised Ghanaians that he's going to reset the entire system. But, Mr. Speaker, today what we see in the administration of the NDC is more like a coup d'etat had happened in Ghana.
Honourable member, conclude.
Being raided and all of that. Mr.
Honourable member, conclude.
Letters are being issued sacking civil servants in our country. Something we have not seen before. Even directors of companies are being sacked. Mr. Speaker, directors of companies are being sacked.
Honourable member, your time is up.
Mr. Speaker,
I proceed to give the floor to Honourable James Agalga.
Mr. Speaker, in conclusion.
Honourable member, resume your seat, please.
4 minutes. Mr. Speaker,
please resume your seat. Honourable James Agalga, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, the statement made by the Deputy Minority Whip was made in the realm of the purported violation of the rights of the former finance minister. If my understanding of that statement serves me right, Mr. Speaker, then of course we have reason to ask ourselves which of the human rights provisions enshrined in Chapter 5 of the 1992 Constitution has been violated. That is the question. The maker of the statement cited a judicial decision in support of the statement. Now, that particular judicial decision, I didn't hear him well, but he mentioned Director of Prisons. That particular judicial decision relates to fair trial principles. But, Mr. Speaker, in the case of the Minister for Finance,
He is not on trial. And so the principles enshrined in Article 19 of the Constitution will not apply to him for now. The closest we can come to, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the human rights provisions in our Constitution, would be Article 15 of our Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, I will take you through Article 15. And I expect, with the greatest of respect, the minority leader to respect the fact that I am truly a human rights advocate, and he can bear testament to that fact. So let him not interrupt me when I am advancing my arguments.
Honourable member, you are not interrupted in any manner. Address the chair.
Article 15 of our Constitution talks about the respect for human dignity. And this is what it says. The dignity of all persons shall be inviolable. 2, no person shall, whether or not he is arrested, restricted, or detained, be subjected to A, torture, or other cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment. B, any other condition that detracts or is likely to detract from his dignity and worth as a human being. It goes on and on and on, but those are the relevant provisions I want to relate to. Mr. Speaker, the question is, Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta has not been arrested. He's not in the custody of the police. So how do we start talking about a violation of his right to human dignity? The steps that have so far been taken by the special prosecutor.
Honorable Stephen Amwa, let's listen to him in silence.
Mr. Speaker, the steps that have so far been taken by the special prosecutor is in accordance with law as prescribed under Article 18 of our Constitution. That same Article 18, Mr. Speaker, talks about the right to property and the fact that it shouldn't be interfered with, your property rights, your home, etc., etc. But Article 18 comes with an exception, where the state security apparatus decides to act in prevention of crime or in detection and punishment for crime, an exception is created under Article 18. So the question we should be asking ourselves is, even granted, assuming without admitting, that security agents stormed the house of Ken Ofori-Atta, we should be asking ourselves, did they obtain a warrant from court? Did they obtain a warrant from court? I think our colleagues on the other side should file an agent question and determine for themselves whether they acted with a warrant or without a warrant before they draw certain conclusions. Now, Mr. Speaker, the special prosecutor has spoken. He says he extended an invitation to Ken Ofori-Atta, and his lawyers offered to present themselves for questioning. And he said, no, lawyers are not the subject of the investigation. So he wants to talk to Ken Ofori-Atta himself. Could this be the reason why agents of our state security apparatus stormed his home? Mr. Speaker, let me remark that when Honorable John Gina, these are the facts we should compare and contrast. And so, having said that, I did indicate that I, as a lawyer, a human rights advocate,
Honourable member, conclude,
who was struggling to establish for myself which of the provisions of our Constitution have been violated, I found none. Ken Ofori-Atta can submit himself to the law for purposes of investigation, and when there are violations, I'll be the first to speak for and on his behalf. Not until then. He should be law-abiding, come back home, and engage with the special prosecutor so that the allegations that have been leveled against him can be dealt with. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Your time is up. Honorable Stephen Amwa. Honorable Stephen Amwa, before you start, let me remind the entire House that we are operating within the ambit of Standing Order 93.5. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to make it emphatically clear that Ken Ofori-Atta hasn't run away. Mr. Speaker, I would like to advise this August House that I think our actions and omissions over the years have actually defined us, and we have given the public, the external stakeholders, to always see us in different lenses. And it is time we put an end to what we are doing to each other. Mr. Speaker, some of the descriptions they're giving, some even went to the extent of saying that the economy that he left, in fact, I cannot repeat those evil words they use in-house. Mr. Speaker, 2016, the economic Ken Ofori-Atta inherited was growing at 3.4%. Mr. Speaker, the inflationary rate was 15.4. Mr. Speaker, lending rate was about 40%. But for COVID, by 2019, we were growing 7%. Inflation was 7%. Under Ofori-Atta, we have been able to implement one of the most enviable pro-poor policies on the continent of Africa. How could you describe such a man because of global crisis? Your own former finance minister, do you know the description you are giving to your country? Do you know how you are placing Ghana on the globe because of politics? Do you know what you are doing to your country? Very soon, your ministers will be leaving Ghana for other places, for international assignments. And this is what they will read from your own lips. Mr. Speaker, we shouldn't allow this outmoded, colloquial, primitive politics to continue to destroy our country. Mr. Speaker, we are one people with one destiny as a nation. Mr. Speaker, I am only advising the House.
Honorable Stephen Amwa, did I hear you say primitive politics?
No, I'm talking about Ghana.
Will you consider withdrawing the word primitive politics?
Okay. Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I have done so. But Mr. Speaker, I think I have to make myself clearer here. I am not even speaking against one side. I am talking about actions and inactions, omissions and behaviors that are dwindling the very reputation of this House. We've been doing this to ourselves for far too long. Now, every Tom, Dick, and Harry out there, even if you are driving Land Cruiser, they think you're a politician. Whether NDC MPP, they don't respect us. And this is why I'm bringing it to our attention. That do we allow yesterday's propaganda or actions or omissions to continue to keep on destroying the very image and reputation of this August House? Is that what we want to do? This is the question I'm asking. Mr. Speaker, are we teaching the younger generation what we are doing today? Mr. Speaker, what does the Constitution say? Article 18, Clause 2. With your permission. A. No one shall be subjected to the interference of his private home and properties. Has that happened or not? The very Constitution that we ourselves, the very laws that we ourselves made, we are undermining the same laws because of politics. We should not sit here and because of politics forget the fact that the same Ken Ofori-Atta made your family members have free school. Your nephews, your children, your aunties, your friends, your mosque members, your church members. But for Ken Ofori-Atta, they would have been home.
Let us stop these things against either NDC or MPP. Let us maintain our reputations as a house. Let us believe in one fact that we are one people with a common destiny as a country. All these things we must stop. That is what I mean. Yesterday's politics we should forget. Because we are destroying each other. And we call ourselves honorable members. We all deserve that. But please, Mr. Speaker, what I'm trying to tell the House is that sometimes, because of politics, we say these things, we think we are joking. But those out there, they believe in what we say and they disrespect all of us. Let us protect each other. Let us keep the dignity of this house intact and portray to the people out there that, yes, we have changed. Mr. Speaker, I am ending by telling each and everyone, especially my brothers and sisters from the other side, to repent. To repent. These behaviors must be stopped. We don't do that to ourselves. Look at Honorable Agoja, very respectable. Our leader, respectable. We are all respectable members. But because of politics, I should call you thief, you are this, you are that. And when you go out there, you want people to respect us. I think this should be the last time for all of us. Let us show love and constructive discussions. Constructive conflict. Conflict C-type, not A-type.
All member conclude.
Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I would like to re-emphasize the point that Ken Ofori-Atta, until proven guilty by court of competent jurisdiction, cannot be described and defined as somebody who is criminal. Thank you very much.
I proceed to give the floor to Kwame Jijoli Gakpe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta is not above the law. He is not above the law. And then when the special prosecutor, they read the statement today, he is talking about the cathedral. They mentioned cathedral issue. They mentioned SML issues. Those are the issues the special prosecutor is investigating. When they call upon Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta to avail himself to the authorities to do the needful, he sent lawyers. And the lawyers they want to represent him. Where is Ken Ofori-Atta? He's outside this country. We call upon our former finance minister to do the needful and come back to Ghana and do the needful. This is about public money. It's not personal money. He's not above the law. The security agencies went to the house lawfully. What we should be looking at is that we should inquire as a house whether they have search warrant to go to Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta's home. It's not about wearing white dresses. So nobody is above the law. When you hold public office, you need to be what? Accountable. The day of accountability have arrived. We were in this country. John Jinapo's home was raided. Former Attorney General's home was raided by the military people. Members were invaded in this chamber. At that time, we don't have the locus to say and condemn it. Today we have the moral temerity, the audacity to say that it is wrong. You have the moral ground to talk. You didn't know the day of reckoning will come today. Here we are. Now here, karma. This is what we call karma. Karma is real. Those days where even members of parliament are being chased. They prevented. They can't even do the dutiful duties. Here we are. So all that I want to say is that Ken Ofori-Atta is not above the law. He should submit himself. He should stop running away. He's out of the country. Please, please, please call upon him to come back to the country. He shouldn't run behind excuse of medical condition and he will not come. He is fit for purpose, and then we are waiting cautiously, we are waiting patiently for Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta to arrive in this country to submit himself to the authority for the needful to do. Why? What are you running away from? What are you running away from? Cathedral, 58 million Ghana cedis was sunk. Dollars, $28 million. $58 million. Which can build Kosimiti, can build a lot of roads. It can be Kosimiti. Is it not true? OPK, is it not true? It can be hospitals. It can be markets. It can do a lot of roads. The agenda 111 buildings would have finished.
Honorable Gakwe, conclude.
And what are we talking about?
Honorable Gakwe, conclude.
What the SML? Is it not true? Is it not true? Yes. The biggest hole ever Ghana have actually constructed. So nobody is chasing for former minister for me. He is supposed to submit himself to the authority to do the needful. And he is not above the law. Mr. Speaker, on this juncture, he swore an oath to protect the public purse. And now the day of accountability is here. So he should just commit himself. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity.
Now, leadership of the House.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to make my comments on this matter. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta, a former Minister of Finance and a former presidential envoy, has contributed to nation building. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, when His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo nominated him for the Finance Ministry portfolio, this House had to wait because he indicated he was unwell and seeking for medical treatment outside. Mr. Speaker, in fact, when he even came, he was the only minister that his vetting took 2 days. And in between, this House indulged him to enable him take some break, to enable him proceed with his vetting. Eventually, he left government as a cabinet minister. And, Mr. Speaker, for the records, on the 2nd of January 2025, he wrote to the then Chief of Staff that he needed to travel to Mayo Clinic in Minnesota, USA, for some medical procedure. Mr. Speaker, after President Mahama had taken office, he again wrote to the current Chief of Staff in a letter dated the 22nd of January 2025, indicating that he would again be absent from Ghana for the same purpose. Mr. Speaker, in fact, in the said letter to the Chief of Staff, he attached a letter from the hospital that he was seeking treatment. Mr. Speaker, indeed, the OSP wrote to him on the 24th of January. In fact, this is the first letter that he received from the OSP. Mr. Speaker, in the said letter, Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta instructed his lawyers to respond to let the OSP know that indeed he was out of the jurisdiction seeking medical treatment. Mr. Speaker, what happened yesterday by state security operatives must be condemned by all of us. Honorable John Jinapor has narrated his own ordeal, but the records of this House will confirm that when that happened, Right Honorable Speaker Okwe condemned that act. If indeed something had happened yesterday, it does not mean that we should continue today. Mr. Speaker, I have heard human rights activists, respected lawyers for that matter, quote Article 18 of the Constitution to say that that is not applicable in this case. Mr. Speaker, I beg to submit that that was a wrong appreciation of the law. Military men led by Mr. Richard Jakwa unlawfully entered the premises of Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta, searched his rooms.
Honorable Minority Leader, the unlawful entry is by your own determination.
Mr. Speaker, you know that by virtue of where we sit, we are able to do some background check before we come here. I wouldn't want to mention names, but Mr. Speaker, when inquiry was made, Mr. Speaker, when inquiry was made, it was obvious, and I stated for emphasis that those officials from the state did not have any warrant. Mr. Speaker, we should not encourage such an approach. We should not. Our democracy is still young. Today, it is Ken Ofori-Atta. Tomorrow, it will be another person. Some of our colleagues should not forget that only yesterday, it took the intervention of certain prominent members of our side to ensure that they were not mistreated. We will not mention names. They know. So these should be the voices of reason on this occasion. Some members worked in the night to ensure that people, members of the political class who are members of this House, were not mistreated. Mr. Speaker, let me remind colleagues, today, if you are praising the OSP, let's not forget that not too long ago, we had some of our members at the receiving end by the OSP. Don't let us also forget that even the president himself became a subject matter of OSP investigation. And he was not happy with certain words used by the OSP against him. So don't let us celebrate. Don't let us celebrate because today it is Ken Ofori-Atta. Mr. Speaker, all manner of things are being said that Ken has done this, has done that, has done that. I listened to my colleague from Keta, and I listened to my respected colleague from Bogatanga Central, enumerating what to him amount to offenses. And they also argued again that the man has not been tried, therefore there cannot be any human rights abuse. Mr. Speaker, if you invade somebody's home and raid his home, Article 18 of the Constitution protect that person, except when you are doing so lawfully. On this occasion, there was no such law. There was no such law supporting their actions. So they shouldn't be here happy with it. These 4 years will soon come. No, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, I think the honorable member's order, that response was in respect of the allegation of breach of natural justice. And you and I are very much aware that natural justice is in two main ways: the Odi Atram pattern and Nemo Judas in Council. but actually not in respect of the Constitution. The statement states there was a breach of natural justice.
Mr. Speaker, the contention here is that the man's home was raided by state security operatives, rather unlawfully. And I dare contend that that conduct was unconstitutional. That is my respectful submission, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have done a lot of follow-ups on this matter, and I regret to say that we are not sending the right signal to our electorate. Mr. Speaker, the man has put the state on notice of his absence from the jurisdiction. He has made available his medical records coming from a respected medical facility. Mr. Speaker, today, I repeat, if our friends think that it is another person, so it is okay, and they are describing Kenoforiata in all manner of forms, let me remind them that none can ever rule this country with perfection. The man, Mr. Speaker, at the risk of being repetitive, Honorable Stephen Amwa was clear in his language of submission that indeed the successful implementation of the free SHS was led by Kenoforiata as a finance minister. He made sure that he rolled out all important policy of government. Mr. Speaker, if you have any issue, follow due process of law. It is not enough for national security to raid his home. It is not enough to carry armed military men to his residence to terrorize his children and by extension his neighbors. Mr. Speaker, we must, as a house, be united with one voice to condemn this act. Today is Kenoforiata. Next will be other appointees. Mr. Speaker, we must not allow this. Mr. Speaker, only yesterday, we saw the Attorney General applying to the court with an application we call nolli prosequi in law, simply saying that he's discontinuing certain cases. That is within his right as an Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, what signal are we sending to the nation that, oh, if it is NDC and NDC is in power, it is right. If it is MPP and if it's MPP in power, it is right. Mr. Speaker, the political class of this country must rise above this. The political class of this country must rise above this. And I would conclude by saying that if indeed...
Hold it. Honorable member, will you... No, I mean you. You are looking back. It is you I'm talking to. You are looking back. It is you I'm talking to. Will you listen to the leader in silence? Why? Leader, continue.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Member for Keta talked about karma. And I agree with him. I've been reading a lot about karma. The wheels of karma indeed grind slowly, but with great surety. You have quoted it today. Enjoy it whilst it lasts. Mr. Speaker, today he says that we are reaping the fruits of a karmic effect of our actions. So it should be so. You have just come into government. You have a lot of projects you want to undertake. You'll be going to PPA. Ministers will be taking decisions. Some will be good, some will be bad. You roll out policies for Ghanaians to benefit. Some will pay, some will not pay. You would engage the business community. So bear in mind that this karma you have just referred to, 4 years from today, we may. You can even call it 50 years. 50 years, 60 years. So let us solve the problem now. Let us encourage state security agencies with a mandate to investigate and prosecute to follow the law. Let's encourage them to follow the law. Honorable Nitiwu, in his submission, was being very emotional because just a week ago, he had to invite the leaders to intervene. Some, and the clerk. Some people calling themselves state security operatives chased him, his car, a former defense minister. And when they saw the car papers, they now realized that whatever the information they had was wrong. A colonel had to come, and when he questioned them, that who sent you, they could not mention. So when we give certain wrong signals, some of those people at the lowest level take advantage to harass people, and even senior members who give order, when they realize that it is wrong, they are unable to even own up. Honorable Nitiwu, a former defense minister, suffered this just a week ago. It took the intervention of leadership and the clerk to parliament to sanitize the situation. Is that what we want? Is that what we want? Mr. Lord Comey, his house was raided. They searched his house, took away all his cars, and after 3 days, they said, we are sorry. They brought the cars back. Is that how we want to govern the country? Mr. Speaker, I shall conclude by urging my colleagues to support this call in bringing sanity in the country, so that nobody will take advantage to unleash any violence on anybody. I rest my case. Thank you.
Yes, Majority Leadership.
Mr. Speaker, before the statement was made, I had cautioned that this is a statement that definitely will generate commentary that will provoke debate in clear violation of our standing orders. And I caution that it is a statement that will attract comments that will go to perhaps damage the reputation of somebody who is not in this chamber. I cautioned. But my friends on the other side insisted and made a statement. Mr. Speaker, if you are a believer in the rule of law and you know the law, you know that if you claim that somebody has improperly searched your house or your property, you go to court. You go to court for the courts to declare that your property rights have been violated, that your dignity has been violated, and the courts are there to provide you that service of taking a decision as to whether or not indeed your rights have been violated. In court, the two sides will be there, and they will all be heard. But if you choose to use a political platform like this one, Parliament, to raise matters that, properly speaking, are the business of courts, you will receive political responses. And that is what I see happening here. Mr. Speaker, as for me, what I hear being said here is that there is a certain class called the political class, and that political class must take care of each other. And what I hear being said in this chamber is that taking care of each other means that we should not hold each other accountable. Mr. Speaker, I have always contended that it will be the most dangerous thing that will happen to the democracy of this country if a certain group called the political class are allowed to conspire to protect each other. Because what will happen, Mr. Speaker,
Honourable members, order.
Mr. Speaker, I am saying what I hear. What I hear. There has been several referrals to a group called political class. Did you hear that or not? Several times there was a referral to a group known as a political class. And several times a call on members of the political class not to do this to each other. And what do we mean by let's not do this to each other? Let's not, when there is a change in government, try to hold each other accountable this way or that way. I take a position that, indeed, the reason why the voters go and vote for one political party as against the other is so that they will come and hold each other accountable. The day that we stop holding each other accountable, that will be the day the electorate will lose confidence in this democracy. And when they lose confidence in this democracy, that is the end of democracy in Ghana. So we must hold each other accountable. When we vote for a new party and the party come, they owe a duty to those who voted them to hold those who have been taken out accountable. As for how they do it, it should be a matter of following due process and the law. Let's talk about nolle prosequi. I heard somebody mention nolle prosequi. And withdrawal of prosecutions. Mr. Speaker, if the state of Ghana, if the Republic of Ghana prosecutes a citizen for 8 years and is unable to convict that citizen, then there's a problem. There is a problem. How can the state mount a prosecution for 8 good years with all the resources at the disposal of the state and yet not be able to convict that citizen? Or at least get a ruling on that citizen. Either you are guilty or you are not guilty. So when you are unable and you try somebody for 8 good years, 8 good years, and you cannot secure a conviction, then clearly there's something wrong with the case. And so if another Attorney General comes and is convinced that you don't even have a basis for the prosecution and enters a nolle prosequi, that is not a case of clearing people. You had 8 good years to secure a conviction, and 8 years you failed. Clearly there's something wrong, and that is what has manifested itself in a nolle prosequi. Mr. Speaker, let me say that I cautioned against making the statement because I didn't want us to go into a situation where we'll be making unfair comments about somebody who is not in the chamber to defend himself. Mr. Speaker, the facts are simple. That military officers, policemen, and national security personnel invaded, entered, searched the private property of the former Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I will not run any commentary on that matter until I've conducted some investigations, ascertain what the facts are, and then I will come and appraise this House of exactly what happened so that we can be properly informed. If there is anything that we should condemn about what has happened, we can collectively as a House condemn it. I caution you that don't make statements that would involve commentary that will undermine the image of someone, because I will not be happy if it is done to me, and that is why I objected. And so I'm not going to join colleagues to comment on the statement, except to add that the Office of Special Prosecutor has been severally mentioned. This was an office that was established to investigate and prosecute alleged cases of corruption and abuse of office by public officers. They have indicated that in this instance, they are investigating the former finance minister for two stated matters that they are investigating, which is matters relating to SML. I'm sure you are all aware that it was a big issue in this country where it is alleged that there was some corruption scandal relating to revenue assurance contracts awarded by the Ministry of Finance and the GRA to SML. And then secondly, there's this big issue of the National Cathedral, which we all know the story of, that some monies were paid for work that is supposed to have been done there, and it is alleged that the work has not been done. So the special prosecutor is seized with the matter, is investigating the matter, and wants the former finance minister to appear before them for some investigation. They indicate that there are two other matters they are investigating, but they haven't indicated exactly what those two other matters are. So, Mr. Speaker, let's be cautious not to make statements that will be prejudicial to the work of the special prosecutor. And that was why I cautioned and advised that we shouldn't raise the matter in this chamber. But once we've made the issue a matter for discussion in this chamber, we cannot also begrudge those who run commentary on the personality of the former finance minister. But let me touch a little on this issue of using the military. Mr. Speaker, I shouldn't say this, but I am compelled to say it. The Electoral Commissioner, I have observed that for several years, a whole military battalion was placed in front of her house to protect her house. At a time when Nitiwul was the defense minister, didn't Nitiwul know that the police are available to provide security to the Electoral Commissioner? Nitiwul, he was defense minister, and he placed a whole military battalion at the entrance of the Electoral Commissioner's residence. And the Electoral Commissioner was guarded by soldiers who followed her all the time. Today, the same Nitiwul let me repeat it whilst he's here. Sit down, let me repeat what I said in your presence. I'm saying that you are very concerned about the use of the military to conduct searches in people's homes. And I'm reminding you that whilst you stood there as Minister for Defense and sat there as Minister for Defense, had oversight over the military, you used the military to guard the residence of the Electoral Commissioner, true or false? Mr. Speaker, he used the military to provide personal security for the Electoral Commissioner.
I recognize Honorable Dominic Nitiwul on the point of order.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. And I want to thank the Majority Leader for dragging me back to the chamber. It is true, Mr. Speaker, that on the advice of state security, we gave soldiers to certain categories of people, including your good self.
Honorable
Mr.
Niti
Speaker.
will be guided by Standing Order 122.
Thank you. We did give to the letter commissioner and the deputies. We gave to the OSP, and we also gave to the Speaker of Parliament. So it is true, and not just soldiers. There were joint soldiers and police. So that is true. But Mr. Speaker, that is different from, and they were not a battalion. First of all, they were not a battalion. A battalion of soldiers is 800 to 1,000 soldiers. So there was not a battalion. There were anything between 3 soldiers and 4 soldiers at a time.
So, Honorable Nitiwu, let me understand you. He alluded to the fact that when you are a defense minister, they use soldiers to guide.
Mr. Speaker, he did say that I use a battalion of soldiers to protect the letter commissioner.
I heard
First
soldiers.
Of all, I never use a battalion of soldiers to protect the letter
Honorable
commissioner.
Honorable
It is true.
The word used is soldiers. I have heard soldiers.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me confirm again that the letter commissioner enjoyed the use, not just the letter commissioner, the speaker for about 2 years, the OSP, up to now the OSP, they enjoy the services of soldiers and police to guide them on the advice of state security. And at any time, and I wrote to them, and that at any time that we felt that circumstances demanded that we withdraw either the soldiers or the police, we will do that. And each of them had between 3 to 6 soldiers, depending on the circumstances. So it is true.
What is the point of order within the meaning of Standing Order 122?
So the point of order is that at no point did I use a battalion of soldiers to protect any individual.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader, continue.
The simple point I want to make is that all regimes at all times have used the military together with the police in certain operations. You agree that that is the case? So today, if you see the military and the police working together, you cannot suddenly create an impression that something that is unacceptable has happened. Because we have used them together. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, night security, just night security. When we should be deploying the police, we often deploy them with the soldiers. So let's not make it look like, for the first time, something that has never been heard of is happening in this country simply because a joint military and police team have visited the residence of the former finance minister. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Frimpong.
Mr. Speaker, what? I don't know what raid means. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't know who was in the residence at that time. That's why I said give me time to conduct some inquiries and come and brief the House. But the first point I want to make is that don't make it seem as if something unheard of has happened because soldiers and police have visited the residence of a former finance minister. Mr. Speaker, as for the issues that have been mentioned here, the conduct of searches, the prosecution of politicians, investigation of politicians, we've all gone through all of that, and we are standing here, including my very good self. The OSP has investigated me, has taken me to, the court. I have fought my case. I have won. I won. So I advise you,
Honorable Majority Leader, please address the chair. Honorable Dominic Nitiwu,
I advise you.
You are a senior member of the House.
Instead of making it a subject, of debate in this chamber, please go and answer the questions, like some of us boldly and confidently went and answered the questions. We were investigated, we were arraigned in court, we responded to our charges, we defended ourselves, and we got judgments in our favor. And then we are free people. That is how a democracy functions. Don't make it look like suddenly a particular class is under attack because institutions of state that are supposed to hold us accountable have activated themselves and are doing their work. I don't know if there was any raid, but I know that whether police or soldiers, any member of the security agencies can be used at any time. Can be used at any time in an effort to engage in law enforcement. That's how I see it. But like I said, I will check, double check, and come back to you with a report of exactly what happened. This House has a duty to protect the human rights of citizens. If you check our own standing orders, you know that we even have a committee, a human rights committee. And the job of the human rights committee is to take on human rights complaints, investigate them, and then take the appropriate decisions in respect of those complaints. So we have a human rights mandate. And so if anybody thinks that his or her rights have been violated and decides not to go to the Human Rights Commission or to go to the High Court to seek an enforcement of their rights, but choose to make a petition to Parliament, Parliament's Human Rights Committee has a duty to take on the petition, investigate it, and then give appropriate direction. Because we don't have a committee yet, I undertake, as the leader of this House, to look into the matter, get some report, and come and present it to you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. This House is a house of debate, and we are guided by rules in the conduct of business, be it question, statement, motion, resolutions, among others. I must state that the manner in which the matter under consideration has been carried out certainly leaves much to be desired. Honourable members, Order 93 is very clear on prior indulgence of the House and the leave of the Speaker in the Speaker's admission of statement. The Speaker in the chair then indulged the maker of the statement with caution that honorable members will be circumspect and measured in their pronouncement. Unfortunately, in my own opinion, some honorable members certainly went overboard. Rules are made to guide proceedings. Where there are no rules, the Speaker is enjoined to provide appropriate interventions. I urge honorable members to be on the guide accordingly in order for order, decorum, and decency to characterize proceedings on the floor of this House. We must also be cautious to uphold the right of persons who do not have audience on the floor of the House in our conduct of proceedings. They may not have the opportunity to be heard on the floor of the House. Honourable members, regarding the issue relating to the former minister responsible for finance, I am aware it's a subject matter of investigation by the Office of the Special Prosecutor. Honourable members, the Office of the Special Prosecutor is established by the Office of the Special Prosecutors Act 2017, Act 959, Honourable members, the law mandates the special prosecutor to investigate specific cases of alleged corruption or corruption-related offences involving public officers and persons who have been entrusted with prominent public functions in Ghana or outside Ghana. Honourable members, I would therefore urge the special prosecutor to operate within the ambit of the law. Honourable members, we are all not above the law. Therefore, as Ghanaians, we must respect each other and operate within the ambit of the law. I thank you for the opportunity. Honourable members, we have two other statements. One is in the name of Honourable Mohammed Amin Adam, Member of Parliament for Karaga, on the policies of the new Trump administration in the United States and their implication for Ghana's economic development. The other one is a statement by Honourable Nana Ose Ajay, MP for New Joburg North constituency, on the impact of USAID shut down on Ghana's economy. Honourable members, if it pleases you, we may want to take the statement together and take contributions on them. I would therefore call on Honourable Mohammed Amin Adam to present his statement.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for allowing me to make a statement on this all-important subject of the implications of the policies of the new Trump administration in the United States on Ghana's economic development. The reinstatement of Trump's administration policies, including freezing funds to USAID, imposing tariffs on major trading partners, mass deportation, and withdrawing from the Paris Accord on climate change poses significant challenges for many countries, including Ghana. USAID has been a crucial partner in Ghana's development, funding numerous projects in healthcare, education, and infrastructure. Freezing these funds to USAID implies that Ghana will lose $150 million United States dollars annually. With the national budget already very tight, this could lead to reduction in development aid, exposing essential projects to face cutbacks or cancellations, affecting sectors critical to Ghana's growth. I've taken notice of the President's directive to the Minister for Finance to fund the funding gap resulting from freezing funds to USAID. But with a budget already tight and the government planning to scrap some taxes, I'm wondering how this funding gap is going to be done. But this is an indication of the fact that we are already feeling the effects of the policies of the Trump administration. While tariffs directly imposed on Canada and Mexico may not immediately affect Ghana, secondary effects could arise. The global trade disruptions that arise from tariffs on major economies can lead to shifts in global trade partners and patterns, potentially reducing demand for Ghanaian exports. Countries affected by US tariffs might seek new markets, increasing competition for Ghanaian products. This action could also lead to changes in trade dynamics, which could disrupt supply chains that Ghanaian businesses rely on. The mass deportation of immigrants from the United States could have several repercussions for Ghana. Remittances from Ghanaians living in the US contribute significantly to the local economy. Deportation could reduce this valuable income stream. Also, an influx of returnees might strain social services and job markets, necessitating urgent policy responses. So far, it is reported by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that the number of Ghanaians affected by the deportation program is negligible. However, given Ghana's stability, other African citizens deported to their countries that are politically unstable could escape this instability to Ghana. Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt that the new Trump administration will bring a shift in policies